Chapter 1872. Outside the fifth ring, in the space of 2 guan. The beasts worked together and were about to force the humans onto the planet. This was the beginning of the massacre. At this moment, a huge formation appeared on the planet behind the humans. It went from dark to bright and finally became dazzling. This was a formation that could only be activated by burning the planet's core. The energy consumption was extremely shocking, so it had a limited time. Just as this planet began to mutate, the other 3 planets also began to undergo the same changes. The 4 planets intersected and formed a huge irregular triangular cone space. The mutants were tightly trapped within the formation. It's the 4 elements creation and destruction formation. Oh no, we've been tricked. The winged people reacted the fastest, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than the formation. Not to mention organizing their men to seize the space. Why does it look like a 2 guan? Bughead was still a little ignorant. The void beast was more sensitive to space. This space, we can't break out of the 4 walls. It seems like we can only leave from the 4 elements door. For example, the one in front. The winged people wanted to cry but had no tears. No matter how careful they were still tricked by these 2 idiots. Didn't the 2 of you say that victory was in front of us? What's going on now? Isn't it the other way around? It's not us who are surrounding them, it's them who are surrounding us. I've already advised you to leave, but you insist on seeking death here. Bughead shook his head. Seeking death? Brother Winged, which eye of yours can see the path to death? It's just a 4 elements formation. Let's put in all our effort and just charge out. What's there to panic about? As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain. The winged people were furious. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a path. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally cross. If you don't know this, then don't say it. It's not shameful to be uncultured. What's shameful is pretending to be cultured when you're uncultured. Do you know why you've been tricked to this extent? It's because of your attitude of pretending to know when you don't. Bughead was unconvinced. I'm shameful? Why would I be shameful? I'm not even human. You dare to scold me? Scold me again? The void beast mediated. The two of you. There's no reason for internal strife at this time. If there's a problem, let's charge out first. Quickly think of a solution. Time waits for no one. The winged man suppressed his anger and swore to himself that if he ever cooperated with the swarm again, he would rather lose his wings forever. Brainless thing, what the hell? Even though he was annoyed, he still had to think of a solution. The 4 walls of the 4 elements life and death formation are all dead ends. They used the planet's core as their source, and that was not something that could be broken by ordinary forces. However, all array formations had a life gate. This array formation was hastily set up, but it would still have a life gate, and it was on the 4 planet. If we want to break out, there are only 2 paths. We can either break through the human formation in front of us, or we can go to the other 3 planets to take a look. I'm sure there will be human formations, but I don't know how many people there are. Is it strong or weak? Insect Head also suppressed its dissatisfaction. After all, it would be a lie to say that it was not panicking in the current situation. Even ants cherished their lives, let alone insects. The advantage of breaking through the current human defenses is that they will be exhausted after fighting for a long time, but I'm thinking, with the strength of a 5th ring, where would they find enough power to defend the other 3 exits? Insect Head's words made sense. The humans in front of them basically accounted for half of the 5th ring's strength, or even more. Even if the remaining 5-ring forces were to rush over and split between the 3 planets, how many of them could be deployed on each planet? This was a simple mathematical problem that wasn't difficult to understand. Was it near or far? The winged man sighed. Since this was a trap set by the humans, it was impossible for the other 3 planets to be unguarded. It must have something to do with the local forces of the 5th ring. If the forces of the 5th ring dared to come out, Yang Dingtian must have already worn the same pants as the 5th ring. These results were not difficult to guess, but he no longer had the energy to argue. He was mentally tired. They would break through one by one without any special judgment. Before they came into contact, they would never know how many enemies there were. Thus, he didn't say anything and just let the two in front of him make the decision. After all, they weren't afraid of paying interest. In the end, the foreign species didn't choose the enemies in front of them. Although they might be exhausted, they still had the numbers. As for magic power, they would still have some if they squeezed. The enemy wanted to find a soft persimmon to pinch, so the foreign species changed their direction and flew towards one of the other 3 planets. The 4-phase array was very big in terms of living creatures, but the 4-phase array was very small in terms of the universe. The humans were already waiting for them. Insect Head was very surprised. Young Ding-Tian, why are they here? I understand now. Damn it, so this is a conspiracy that the humans have already discussed. It's to make us lower our guard. It's really a place. Deliberate planning. But this time, the winged man wasn't interested in reminding him. This dog deserved to be suffocated. They still had to attack. At least in terms of numbers, Yang Dingtian was far inferior to Chang Jin's main force. The foreign species pulled themselves together and rushed towards the planet. At this time, they didn't have a deep sense of their current situation. It was one thing to be forced into a narrow space, but it was another thing to be forced into such a wide triangular cone space. For the time being, they didn't feel much pressure. Kang Yangzi saw the foreign species army swarming towards them, covering the sky and the earth. However, they weren't unprepared for this. The mission was already clear, and they had enough time to prepare. In the fake hostility with the 5 rings, they borrowed 6 treasure ships from the 5 rings. Now, they were blocking the exit of the 4-phase array. They weren't blocking the way, but for the 6 huge energy launchers at the bow of the ship. More than 30 young gods and 1 to 200 true lords. This was almost Yang Dingtian's most elite force. Although there weren't many of them, they were very capable. Kang Yangzi said bluntly to the cultivators, "No matter what the situation is, I won't ask for help. I won't ask for help. All our forces are here. The 5 rings are guarding 2 planets, the ancient beasts are guarding 1 planet, and we are guarding the other. Don't think of retreating. We have no way out. Only by repelling them, killing them, and making them afraid are the only countermeasures. I personally think that in such a narrow exit, the density of spells can completely cover it. The young gods are in front, and the others are behind. The rebirth point is set outside. I'll say it again. We won't retreat a single step. If the ones in front fall, the ones behind will take over." The foreign species swarmed forward. In order to form the most effective attack, Yang Dingtian placed them very close. Then, he used all his forbidden spells. Yang Dingtian wasn't big. The most important thing was that because of their own domain, the Dao realms of the various orthodoxies were very monotonous. This might make them seem weak in the fight for the power of the universe, but in this narrow terrain, it became their advantage. Because it was easy to unify their power, the Dao realms were coordinated, and the cultivators were very familiar with each other. When all of this was added together, it formed a barrier of death in front of the array. It mercilessly harvested the lives of the foreign species. Chapter 1873. The winged men's leader couldn't bear it any longer when he saw that his attacks couldn't advance any further. "Are you paying interest? I think you're losing your capital. Yang Dingren is guarding the narrowest area. The advantage is that he can concentrate his power without wasting it, but the disadvantage is that there is no space to retreat. As long as you break through a little bit, it will collapse immediately. Don't charge forward with low-level lives. Let's form an elite assault team and try to penetrate it in one go." The insect head immediately responded, "That's right. Each of us will send out an elite team. Although the other party is strong, they have few people after all. I'm willing to lead the team. Horse. Horse." The winged men's anger turned into complete helplessness. Seeing that the insect head was willing to take the risk, they couldn't be too heartless. Die on the battlefield. With all due respect, you're really not suitable for studying. This strategy was indeed correct. Unlike the ordinary mutated beasts, the ones charging at the front this time were big monsters, big beasts, and big insects. They had strong vitality and great magical powers. Their ability to survive in a harsh environment was much more tenacious than ordinary mutated beast. In the previous few attacks, the strange creatures had been wiped out completely from 10,000 feet away. However, this time, the strange creatures had charged within 10,000 feet. To them, such a distance was nothing more than a flash of light. As long as the humans' attacks were slightly delayed, they would be able to rush into the human formation immediately. Seeing that success was imminent, the mutated beasts behind also pressed forward layer by layer. They didn't care about the possibility of being trampled by the horns. Of course, they couldn't be crushed to death. At this most dangerous moment, the experienced Yu Yang waved his hand, and 6 huge energy pillars shot out. In an instant, 6 empty spaces were plowed in the dense group of mutated beast. The light pillars swept across. Those who came in contact with them would die. Those who came in contact with them would die. There was no other choice but to dodge. But in such a narrow space, where could those who didn't have enough cultivation base hide? Kang Yangzi smiled coldly. Spell extension. Push forward. This was a tragic story. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong attack. The large number of casualties really hurt the mutated beasts. This time, it wasn't just interest. The winged men leader looked coldly at the receding waves of foreign species. It knew that it was impossible to achieve a breakthrough here. Everyone was traumatized. While charging, they had to constantly be on guard against the treasured ship's energy attacks. How could they continue attacking? Although Zhon Xin was not around, at least there was a piece of good news. It did not have to answer for Insect Head anymore. The mutant race leaders gathered together to discuss and decided that it would be better to move to another location. At the very least, the Azura field here was too cruel for them. They gathered the remnants of the defeated army and flew towards the next planet. Here, they suddenly discovered that what awaited them was a large group of hundreds of ancient beasts. Immemorial beasts didn't know how to set up formations like humans, nor did they guard the narrowest area. They just stood at the exit, indifferent and quiet. The heavenly void beast shook its head bitterly. I'm afraid it won't work here either. We void beasts are innately suppressed by primordial beasts. In a true battle, we can't even unleash 50% of our strength. There was no way to fight. I'm afraid that a forceful order will be disobeyed. The new insect head also said, Zerg is not much better than you. Furthermore, these hundreds of ancient beasts are too powerful. Why don't we go somewhere else to take a look? The winged men were speechless. In fact, they felt that this was the best opportunity. This had nothing to do with strength or suppression. The most important thing was that the ancient beasts were not organized. This was the key to successfully escaping, but they couldn't possibly charge forward on their own, right? They would be killed by these 2 groups of trash. As the foreign species continued to try and dawdle, the opportunity to break through quietly disappeared. In fact, in the early stages of the 4-phase formation, no matter which direction they chose to break through, there was a chance of success. As long as they hardened their hearts and endured the huge losses during the charge, they would definitely succeed. This was because the defenses of all 4 planets were flawed. Chang Jin's team had expended too much energy, Yang Dingtian had too few people, the ancient beasts were too casual, and the native troops from the 5th ring were too slow. Precious time slipped away amidst the hesitation of the foreign creatures. Cultivators from the 5th ring continuously rushed over, and almost all the treasured ships were pulled onto the battlefield. Under Chang Jin's command, the 4 directions began to become balanced, and the treasured ships were ready. They even established a tactical support force that could arrive at any planet the moment the battle broke out. While the other worldlings were still running around in the formation, hammering here and there, the humans outside had already completed the last piece of the puzzle. Even so, the foreign species still had a chance. They only needed to stay in the formation and wait. Unless the humans entered the formation themselves, they would not be able to do anything to them. But if they entered, it would be another chaotic battle. If they forced the foreign species into a corner, It was hard to say who would be at a disadvantage. Although the core strength of a planet was endless, the humans had used it to set up the formation in a hurry. Once the time was up, the four-phase formation would naturally collapse without any need to care about it. The foreign species that had regained their freedom could scatter like birds and beasts. There would definitely be losses, and failure was inevitable. However, half of the remaining fellows would have no problem escaping. But they would not have guessed it. Under Chang Jin's insidious calculations, he had figured out the psychology of the demonic beasts and patched up his own loopholes. Now, it was time to fix the biggest loophole of the four-phase formation's limited duration. Looking at a primordial soul cultivator beside him, he chuckled and said, "You said you had a good chat with the leader of the winged men during the battle?" The primordial soul cultivator smiled cunningly. "Yes. And he was the one who took the initiative. I can also guess his thoughts. This is for the sake of the winged men race. Hehe." Instead of learning the true abilities of the humans, they chose to learn these crooked method. Chang Jin nodded. It's a good thing that they are willing to learn from the humans. I think they are learning in a good direction. What are true abilities? What are crooked methods? If we let them learn true abilities, we will be the unlucky ones. How about this? We humans are all about the unity and equality of all the races in the universe, the acceptance of all the rivers into the sea, the magnanimous. We can talk about it. We can talk about the future of the universe and the harmony of the cultivation world. We can tell them that we humans have never treated the winged men as outsiders. Isn't it just an extra pair of wings? We humans. Well, let's talk about you. Aren't you six-fingered? It's the same thing. But Zerg is different. We have to let them understand that everything has a price. If there is no Zerg in the formation, it's not like we can't consider giving them a way out. The primordial soul was somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother, you are bringing this up again. So what if I have 6 fingers? I didn't grow them on purpose. What's the same thing as growing an extra pair of wings? You can't say this. These things are very superstitious. They don't believe in 6-fingered people and firmly believe that 6-fingered people are the symbol of treachery. Chang Jin waved his hand. Isn't that good? You can sacrifice yourself for the 5th ring, right? What reputation is there to eat or use? So be it if they go back on their word. You go and talk to them. After they have destroyed the insects, we will destroy them. Chapter 1874. Amir Han also knew that his performance in this defensive battle was very clumsy, because the goal was not the same, because the orders changed day and night, because the positioning of himself was not accurate, and so on. But he still firmly believed that going out was the right thing to do, even if he had to pay a huge price. Delaying for such a long time, it was all for the sake of notifying every single Hung River cultivator. This was his responsibility. It was his personality that decided he would do it and not leave anyone behind. Otherwise, in the chaos of war, without a clear goal, it would be easy for accidents to happen on the battlefield. This may be a good character, but it was definitely not what a commander should do. A commander should be cold-blooded and heartless, abandoning a part to save another part. Where was the fairness? Now was not the time to talk about fairness. Notifying everyone might make him feel better, but for everyone, they had lost precious time. Perhaps, the quality of a saint was not suitable for the job of commander. When everyone was ready, Amir Han's spirit rose. As the person in charge of the scroll of Eternal River, he had the right to control this sacred river. Flipping the scroll of Eternal River outside the world's great membrane meant moving tens of thousands of cultivators outside at the same time, and then removing the scroll of Eternal River, allowing the souls of the ordinary people to return to the real Eternal River to rest in peace. Tens of thousands of people appeared outside the membrane at the same time, each in a different direction. How could you stop them? It was a very decisive plan, but it was a little wishful thinking. The old foxes of the Alliance had not been chatting idly for the past few months. They had already thought through the entire process of destroying the world. Not to mention escaping, even the next series of measures to remove the Hung River Foundation after occupying it had already been written down in word. Amir Han did not know any of this, but he knew that he could not change back and forth anymore. At first, he wanted to die, but now he wanted to break through the barriers of the universe. What else could he change into? Once he entered the void universe, the space was infinite. Those Yuaniing were almost no threat to the young god. There was no point in fighting. He did not plan to change anymore. Like the other Hung River young gods, they were all sinners of Hung River. Even someone as wise as him understood that the best strategy was, from 100 years ago, when they knew that the main forces of the main world were going to act against them, they should have immediately started the seed plan. At that time, there would be a lot of time for them to calmly send the middle and low-level disciples to countless domains. They would not be able to find them. On the other hand, they were wasting their time, racking their brains to come up with a way to fight against the mainstream world and ultimately win. This was simply impossible. It was a strategic mistake, not a tactical one. Since the strategy was wrong, there was no way to reverse the situation tactically. It was a cognitive error, a miscalculation of his position in the universe. They were indeed great worlds, but the premise was that they stood together with everyone else. Want to establish an independent mountain? They were little realms. The eternal river rolled and formed a mysterious crosslink with the grand membrane of heaven and earth. Then, like the lazy Lu Xiaoyi changing his socks, he didn't use a new one, but wore it inside out. The heaven and earth macro membrane remained the same, but the eternal river scroll had been flipped to the outside of the membrane. Its purpose was to expel all the cultivators out of the membrane. Soon after, he murmured to himself and waved his sleeves. The countless souls in the eternal river let out a soundless cry of joy. Through the macro membrane, they were thrown into the real eternal river. Outside the membrane, tens of thousands of Hung River cultivators still stood in the shape of a great river, but the eternal river scroll that they once relied heavily on was no longer there. Just as the Hung River's grand membrane of heaven and earth was changing, the 7 Taoists who had been guarding outside the membrane, one each from 5 rings, Buddhism, Heaven's Choice, Juzian, Anchor Chain, Fu Chen, and Guang Ming, nodded to each other. Daoist 5 Rings took a step forward, and the scroll in his sleeve unfolded. He silently circulated his thoughts, and the heavenly secrets change. This was the 3 Pure Ones' top-notch Tao decree, with layers upon layers. It didn't favor any side, but the power of this Tao decree was often exceptionally strong. It was created by a half-step immortal who had stepped into the immortal realm. It had only one use, and that was to divide the cultivators who came out of the grand membrane of heaven and earth according to their realms. Yuaniing, yin spirit, primordial spirit, and yang spirit were all at their own level, and couldn't be linked together. It would last for 2 hours. 2 hours was only in theory. Considering that the number of cultivators being divided was too large, with more than 10,000 Yuaniing and more than 400 yang spirits, the time they could last would be greatly reduced. But it didn't matter. 3 yang spirits against 1 wouldn't take up much time. The interior young Avilders were recognized by the Tao decree as being in the primordial spirit realm, including Lu Xiaoyi. Actually, there wasn't much time for them to consider. Hundreds of Hung River primordial spirit cultivators had decisively launched an attack on them. At this point, the Alliance had revealed their true intentions, and their only goal was to destroy Hung River orthodoxy. The restriction of the Tao decree was to peel them apart layer by layer, and attack them separately. There were no enemies at the level of Yuaniing and Yin spirit, and their own Yang spirit would face 3 times the number of the Alliance's attack. Only at the level of primordial spirit perfected lords, there were less than 500 Hung River primordial spirit cultivators left after the previous battle. Now that they encountered less than 40 interior Avilders, they were exceptionally jealous. They couldn't wait to divide and devour them. It was conceivable that the people of Hung River orthodoxy wouldn't have such a good opportunity to take revenge in the future. Therefore, even if they knew that these people were Avilders of the interior and the future of the universe, since Hung River orthodoxy had no future, what was there to worry about? This was a more cruel battle than the one in the scroll of Eternal River. Neither side had the advantage of the environment. Even in the normal void of the universe, the interior Avilders were strong because they had taken a step forward, and their individual strength was more tyrannical. The Hung River primordial spirit cultivators had the advantage of numbers, and their will was like a fortress. They didn't lack death warriors who would rather die together with them to take these people away. If they didn't fight with all their might now, would they wait until the 300 Alliance young spirits turned back to fight? The young Evilders of the interior didn't fight in a group battle when the inner and outer realm fought. Instead, they encountered the most chaotic and cruel battle since they came to the lower realm outside Hung River Orthodoxy, but no one retreated, because they were proud in their heart. It was just a group of losers who were struggling at death's door. 2 battlefields. They were both cruel, but the trend in the young spirit battlefield was obvious. 300 against 100, and the side with 300 was above the side with 100. How could they fight? They could only rely on their rebirth to show their unyieldingness. But this kind of stubbornness was pale. It was also useless. In the dictionary of these old young spirits who had lived for at least thousands of years, the word forgiveness had long since disappeared. There was no mercy, no mercy. If you let him go today, perhaps in the future, such a cruel avenger would appear outside your home planet. That would be the real trouble. This was a large-scale occasion where they collectively watched a short movie of the past and the future. With so many pairs of eyes watching, there was no secret to speak of. Once the Tao-dispelling celestial phenomenon began, it never stopped. Chapter 1875. The primordial spirit battlefield was even more intense. The Evilders were indeed Evilders, but the people of Henghi were also fighting with their lives on the line. They knew that this was the last moment of their lives, and there were not many chances for them to fight with their lives on the line. Mortals were afraid of desperados, but in a sense, cultivators were also afraid of desperados whose cultivation levels were not too far apart from those who were in the same realm. Because their actions could no longer be judged by common sense, there were especially many who surrounded Lu Xiaoyi. It was because of his consistent ability to attract hatred, and also because he was a genuine fifth ring person, swordsman, other than the fifth ring Shenyuan. Was there anyone else who was so arrogant? Lu Xiaoyi was so angry that he pointed at another Evildor not far from him as he fled for his life. Hey! Are you stupid? I'm not the only one with fifth ring. That person is called Qing Xian, and is also a fifth ring. How can you favor one over the other? No one paid attention to him, and the people of Henghi continued to surround and kill, disregarding their lives every time they attack. At this time, every Evildor of the inner realm had to run, whether they were willing or not, whether they were good at it or not. Standing still was courting death. Qing Xian passed by him, and even greeted him. Wow! Lu Yingxiong. I've known you for a long time, and your name is like thunder in my ears. You killed Marathi, the Evildor of the exterior of Henghi, right? You're really bold, and have good means. I admire you. I admire you. In this battle of words, Qing Xian won completely, and Lu Xiaoyi lost completely. There were more people following behind the sword Qilong River. Lu Xiaoyi cursed endlessly, so angry that even his body was stuttering. As the saying goes, every step he took, he would stop and strike a pose every 3 steps. But the strange thing was that although there were more than 30 Henghi primordial spirits chasing after him, no one could get close to him within the danger zone. Instead, there were people who were constantly being killed, and they died as they chased after him. It was as if fireworks were set off behind them, fireworks of death. They charged too fiercely, and did not care about themselves. For a monster with insufficient temperament and experience, this kind of determination to die might be a little frightening, but for a murderer like Lu Xiaoyi, they were the best target. With the help of Heng, his primordial spirit, he understood that this kind of suicidal assault was the favorite method of the swordsman who lived on the front lines. But what was the use of understanding this? Would he stop chasing after her? Are we just going to let him run wild? Is that why you're so timid? A war between cultivators must be fought in accordance with the situation. The major areas were not harmonious, while the minor areas were wrinkled. The Henghi realm was like this. If the grand strategy was wrong and the positioning was wrong, then everything that happened next would be logical. Even in a battle between individuals, they didn't have the right to decide their own fate. How sad. Fighting in sorrow, dying in sorrow. Lu Xiaoyi's sword was ruthless. He would not become weak just because his opponent was exhausted. He was the most crucial initiator of this world-ending war, as well as the person most implicated in the path of karma. To solve this kind of karma, the best way was to cut the weeds and eliminate the root. Let the Henghi realm and the Henghi orthodoxy never rise again. In the history of cultivators, there were countless examples like this, so it was nothing. He was willing to continue killing until there was no opponent in the primordial spirit level. Among all the interior geniuses, there was another person who was hated as much as him. Those who were chasing him from behind were no less than him. This person was the marching monk. This was the human's attitude towards betrayers. The monk clenched his teeth and held on, not saying a word. His desire to kill the people of Henghi was above Lu Xiaoyi. This was also the attitude of a betrayer towards a former ally. When they completely shed all pretense of cordiality, their hatred was even greater than that of a fifth ring. Lu Xiaoyi was a kind-hearted person. How could he leave his comrade in a difficult situation? So when he passed by, he helped the monk cut off his primordial spirit, and before he left, he was still full of righteousness. For friendship. In the end, the Henghi primordial spirits that followed him left and turned to attack the marching monk's team. The people of Henghi had a simple idea. Since they couldn't kill the swordsman, they would kill the monk. If they couldn't kill the enemy, they would kill the traitor. This whole thing, Lu Xiaoyi's record of killing people went from an odd number to an even number, and from 2 hands to 2 hands and 2 legs. Later on, the number of body parts added up was almost uncountable, and he started to count the hairs, but his happiness didn't last long. Even the Master's Dao token couldn't withstand such a large scale, large number, and powerful battlefield. After half an hour, it disappeared, and the restriction disappeared. Then, among the 6 Taoists outside, the Heaven's Volition Taoist stood out again. He picked out the most suitable item from the pile of items and waved it in the air. Amir Khan was fighting alone. There were very few people around, and even Salman Khan's soul had returned to the eternal river. He didn't have the courage to judge how many of his comrades were left. As long as he counted, his heart would be in pain. He had another realization. Actually, in this case, where was the right strategy? Everything was wrong. Because the change of era was the survival of the fittest, the elimination of dissidents, the unscrupulous, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Those who followed me would prosper, and those who opposed me would perish. The outcome of the Henghi river system was already decided when it was first established. How could any one person, or any group, change it? Even he couldn't. The Taoists and Buddhists, as well as the minions behind the 2 sects, had been fighting and killing each other for millions of years. But in history, there was new life in destruction, and cooperation in quarrels. This was the rhythm of a big family living together. The Taoists were the father, the Buddhists were the mother. There were countless children, and children's children. Although it was overflowing, they could always fall together. This was the essence. And the Henghi river system was an outsider. It was that simple. So, they were usually smiling, but when they got the chance, they would bite down on their throats and wouldn't rest until they were dead. Success was because of the eternal river, failure was because of the eternal river. If he had the chance to go back to ancient times, would he be able to change it? Amir Khan was thinking in melancholy. He was killed while he was thinking. He was reborn after death, and he was thinking again while he was fighting. At this moment, his mind was clearer than it had ever been in his thousands of years of cultivation. He thought more, thought deeper, and thought further. But it was impossible. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. It grew stronger and stronger. Actually, the change that the Henghi river system hoped for the most came from that fierce sword vein, that godlike figure. That person broke the heavens and gave the universe a chance to restart. This was not only an opportunity for the sword vein, but also for every orthodoxy that desired change. They were really blinded by butter. Why did they have to go against the sword vein, against the 5th ring? They were originally people on the same battlefront, grasshoppers on the same rope. They were all the cultivation forces of the 3rd universe. They all hoped for change, desired to become stronger, and change the existing order. Those high and mighty traditional powers, yes. They should be standing together with the fifth ring, standing firmly together. That was the only way to change the future. Wrong, 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 wrong. We should be the same kind of people. Amir Khan, who was cut down again, drew a line in the sky with his blood. This was his final song. At this point, the young gods of the Henghi river system were all destroyed. At least, they proved their courage. None of them tried to escape. Chapter 1876. North Wind looked at the solemn scene and smacked his lips. What does he mean? What does he understand? Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. Hung River and the Five Rings both desire change. That's why we shouldn't be enemies, but friends. At least before the end of the era. He's a different person from the rest of Hung River, but he understood it too late. What's the use of understanding it too early? What can it change? Qing Xian pursed his lips. Luckily he understood it too late. If Hung River had really turned around, the Five Rings would have been dragged down by him sooner or later. You guys have to understand that even 3 good opponents are no match for a single pig teammate. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Ma Lu, I realize that you have no sympathy at all. When people are about to die, their words are sad. Can't you mourn for them a little and say something nice that will warm their hearts? Qing Xian also sighed. I realize that I'm becoming more and more like a swordsman, but you're becoming more and more like a Dharma cultivator. Weren't you the one who started it? Weren't you the one who spread the word? Weren't you the one who came up with the plan to break the membrane? Weren't you the one who killed the most? Your hands are stained with blood, but you're pretending to be compassionate. North Wind, stay away from this person. He eats people without spitting out their bones. He even wrapped a towel around his head and pretended to be a sheep. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Are you praising your Dharma lineage? The entire upper echelon of Hung River suffered a devastating blow. The yang spirits were all destroyed, and the primordial spirits were all dead. But did Hung River make any arrangements outside? Were there any fish that escaped the net? It was hard to say for sure if those who had traveled far or were unable to return because of some matter. But based on his understanding of Hung River, even if there were only a few who were not worth worrying about. The more troublesome ones were the yin spirits and yuanying. When the war first started, there were 3,000 yin spirits and 20,000 yuanying in the Hung River realm. Now they were all trapped in the Dao Jiao. After several battles, there were only a few hundred yin spirits and a few thousand yuanying left. What should these people do? In theory, those who had guts should have died in battle, and those who were left were those who were afraid of death. However, in the history of mankind, there had never been a lack of those who endured humiliation. They were more resilient. If they were raised, when the yuanying became a supreme, the yin spirit became a primordial spirit, and the yang spirit even took a step forward, who would come all the way here to wipe their asses? After all, they had already surrendered. Killing captives was inauspicious. On this point, cultivators were no different from mortals. In fact, cultivators valued it more because they knew that karma was real. He couldn't always use the Tao decree to bind them. There had to be a rule. Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian were too lazy to participate in these matters. These interior geniuses had already broken through the Hung River boundary and gone to the Hung River boundary to enjoy themselves. This was what they deserved. In the collision between the inner and outer scenic skies, they lost 6 people, but under the desperate counterattack of hundreds of primordial spirits from the Hung River realm, 7 of them died. Including Lu Xiaoyi, there were 43 interior geniuses, but only 30 of them could enjoy the fruits of victory. This showed how tragic the counterattack was before they died. Of course, it also showed that their strength was still limited after they took a step forward. They still needed time to polish. The weak had been eliminated, and the rest were the true elite. In the Hung River boundary, there were very few great cultivators who could enter and leave the green darkness. Basically, they were all small cultivators at the level of foundation establishment Jindan. After the patriarchs of the orthodoxy were wiped out, they fell into a state of extreme chaos. Once the suppression was lost, chaos would come. It was conceivable that in time, the chaos in the cultivation world would spread to the mortal world. That would be the real tragedy of the human world. The geniuses were not as cunning as the old foxes. They thought that they could come in and have fun, and comfort the empty hearts of the people of Hung River, especially the servants who served the gods. However, in this chaos, they had to abide by their duties as cultivators and calm down the uneasy atmosphere in the cultivation world of Hung River. There were many ways to deal with the aftermath. In fact, letting the Hung River boundary fall into chaos, overthrowing the caste system, re-establishing order, and so on seemed to be a way. It all depended on how the Alliance thought about it. In short, it was a big problem. Too many people meant that the problem could not be solved through migration, and the unique culture of Hung River had to be destroyed. There must be cultivators from mainstream orthodoxy to guard it. Who would do it? What was the ratio? Would it become another 5 rings? Lu Xiaoyi did not consider this. There were so many old foxes, and it was not his turn to speak. When it came to killing people's hearts, these old foxes were more thoughtful than anyone else. He just flew slowly along the Hung River. Along the way, the cultivators of Hung River saw him and avoided him from afar. They knew that he was an invader from another world. At this time, they would be courting death if they acted rashly or showed their integrity. That was exactly what they wanted. In fact, the Hung River was not that bad from a closer look. There were few places that were bad, and most of the river was still beautiful. As for what they saw in the past, it was just propaganda that someone wanted to do. But all of this was not important anymore. If this beautiful river became ordinary, it would be like the rivers in every boundary. That would be the real end. On this point, it was especially difficult because it might involve the immortal world, the mystery of reincarnation in the Hung River, and so on. Now it seemed that his initial idea of throwing in a few black dragons to solve the problem was too naive. This river was the key to solving the problem of Hung River boundary. He came to the source of the Hung River, the southern foot of the Genge Snow Mountain. After looking around for a long time, his divine sense swept across the sky, the ground, and the mountains, but he did not find anything. It was impossible to find anything. It was just a thought in his mind. Would cutting off the source mean cutting off the secret of the Hung River? It was not that simple. Moreover, hundreds of millions of ordinary people on both sides of the Hung River would be displaced. This was not the way cultivators solved problems. The formation of the Hung River system was not formed in a day. Similarly, erasing it would not be done in a day. It was better to leave it to the old foxes to worry about. After going around in circles, he left the Hung River. He did not know where he wanted to go. He just followed his heart and felt carefree. This day, he came to the sky above a temple outside a big city. The bustling crowd was even more crowded than usual. They probably thought that their god had abandoned them, so they were especially pious, hoping that their meager power of faith could help their god. This was the temple, right? This was the place where Bai Yang had stayed for 100 years. Here, she started to hate this world of cultivation. "I have done what I promised you," Lu Xiaoyi said softly. He pressed his hand down and then left. There were no more major repairs here. A few days later, the beams would bend, and cracks would appear on the walls. A few days later, there would be a small-scale collapse. A month later, this place would be razed to the ground. As for what impact it would have, what kind of god would it offend? What kind of burden would it add to the ordinary people here? He was too lazy to think about it. This was the right of the victor. He also mourned for Bai Yang. Chapter 1877. Lu Xiaoyi had an irresponsible attitude towards Hung He, but some people were born to work hard. Their obsessive-compulsive sense of responsibility made them unwilling to let themselves relax. For such a person, relaxation was poison. Some people swam in Hung River, sometimes breaking the waves, sometimes diving. Their speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When they were fast, they were like the tide, and when they were slow, they were like tortoises. Lu Xiaoyi passed by in the air and laughed loudly. "Have a drink. You'll be a citizen of Hung River in your next life. A water arrow shot out as fast as lightning, but it was easily dodged by the person in the air. Qing Xian scolded, I'm here doing field research, but you're leisurely over there. God must be blind to let a scourge like you run rampant. Lu Xiaoyi laughed, I don't know if God is blind or not, but you might really be blind. Hey, how's the discussion with those old foxes? If there's still room for discussion, I'll find a temple for a big sacrifice. The belly dance here is very good, and it's authentic. I'll take you to see it. Good enough, right? While chatting, Qing Xian told him about the Alliance's old foxes' arrangements for Hung River. To solve the problem of Hung River, there were two aspects involved. One was the realm, and the other was the surrendered cultivators. Solving one of them alone was meaningless. Everyone rejected the idea of the fifth ring. This was because the expeditionary army at that time was different from the current alliance. There were many realms in the expeditionary army, especially the left side. Due to the mother planet's spiritium situation, they had strong territorial demands. Although Tianlang at that time was a plundered planet, the people were simple, and their culture was not rejected by the mainstream world. There was abundant spiritium, so it was a good place to stay. The situation now was not the same. In terms of spiritium, Hung River was not stronger than the mother planet of the Alliance. It was even weaker than the fifth ring, Juzian, Heaven's Choice. There was no sense of urgency to change homes. The most important thing was that Hung River's culture and traditions were a headache for every power in the Alliance. This was not something that could be solved in 1 or 2 years. It would take 1,000 years or even longer to completely eliminate it. Territory, the most important thing was that it could provide an endless supply of new cultivators. If this could not be done, what was the point of having more spiritium and more mortals? Seeing that the era was about to change, there was chaos everywhere, and wars were frequent. There was not much time left for everyone to build, and they might not have the mood to build a new star. Therefore, in the normal order of the universe, a top-level domain that would not be abandoned no matter what, had become a piece of chicken rib. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to abandon. If you build it, invest it, and spend a lot of effort, but you don't know what would happen after the era. If you had the energy, you might as well make your mother planet to welcome a more severe challenge. This was the general's mentality. The reason why they rejected the idea of the 5 rings being divided into territories by the occupiers was because they knew that there was an unresolvable conflict between the 5 rings and Buddhism. Therefore, each of them had a group of underlings behind them. Occupying other people's territory and starting a civil war in other people's territory was very stupid. It was like the Alliance had created a barrel of gunpowder for themselves, which could explode at any time because of some trivial matter. For example, Hung River City. Of course, they could not give up on Hung River City. Then, with such a long distance, they would not need to do anything else in the future. They could just travel through the universe all day long. They did not want to divide and conquer Hung River City, but they also did not want to give such a big piece of meat to Hung River City. If they gave Hung River City to Hung River City would not agree. If they gave Hung River City to Hung River City, Juzian would not be happy. Things like the floating anchor chain were really difficult to pick up. The final decision was to give Hung River City to Hung River City. Hung River City and Hung River City had some friendship, and Hung River City and Hung River City also had some old friendship. This made it possible for everyone to not be averse to Hung River City. The most important thing was that Hung River City was the only power that could perfectly settle the issue of Hung River City and deal with the surrendered cultivators. Because Hung River City was incomparably huge, they had the ability to move cultivators here. Hung River City also had the desire to develop in the origin world. They could easily get tens of thousands of cultivators here. This was something that the top realms in the origin world could not do. Only Hung River City dared to accept these surrendered cultivators. They were not afraid of them causing trouble. It was also because of their huge size. If they gave one to each country, would they still dare to cause trouble? After a long time, all kinds of accidents would disappear. This matter is basically settled like this. Qing Xian smacked her lips. Hung River City is so lucky. He did not put in much effort, but picked up the biggest peach. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the cultivation world. It is a blessing now, but the future is hard to say. If Hung River City's power comes down for revenge, Hung River City will be at the front. Well, now Hung River City will have to take the blame for them. This is the price. Since they ate the fat, they have to shoulder the burden. Hopefully, their size can help them solve the following problems. Qing Xian sneered. Hung River City is also gambling. They need a foothold in the origin world, a place that is big enough and full of spiritual opportunity to settle a large number of cultivators. Where can they find such a place? And why should they give it to them? Unless Hung River City is willing to bear the main karma. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. I originally thought that Zhuxian would be willing to come over, or Zhuxian and Hung River City will be divided up by Hung River City. In any case, their two families are getting along well. They turned enemies into friends in a game of heaven and earth. The two of us can be considered important participants. Until now, I still don't understand how they fought this battle. At first, they were hugging and biting, but then they hugged and kissed. Qing Xian smiled bitterly. This is temperament. These two powers are not the kind to go to extremes. They prefer to find common points in differences. It is not very likely that Zhuxian will come to Hung River City because they are too close to our fifth ring. The Buddhist light will not agree. Also, Zhuxian has no desire to expand their territory in this area. They are too Buddhist and are too busy with their own places. Handing Hung River City to Hung River City was indeed a good idea. These old foxes were very thorough in their considerations. Actually, their more profound goal was to pull the Heaven's Choice continent firmly into the Alliance's war chariot. In the future, if the origin world's cultivation world had any problems, would Hung River City be able to escape from them? In the future, there might be internal conflicts within the Alliance, such as the Fifth Ring and the Buddhist Light. But if other powers were involved, the Alliance's power would be very terrifying. Although the expedition to Hung River City had ended, the Alliance did not disband. They relied on Hung River City and Heaven's Choice continent to enter the origin world to unite everyone. The essence of war was to unite and share warmth. At least, this would prevent any major changes in Eastern Elephant City for thousands of years. This was what the old foxes valued the most. Chapter 1878. Lu Xiaoyi took stock of his gains from this battle. Basically nothing. He got quite a lot of storage rings, but they were basically useless. Until now, he didn't even have the interest to take stock of them. There were too many, and even if he had 10 more arms and legs, he wouldn't be able to wear all of them. However, there were still some hidden gains. For example, the prestige he had built among the group of inner realm geniuses. Vaguely, no one would admit it, but he had taken on the most dangerous missions and obtained the most rewards. This had already quietly changed something. He had increased his knowledge. The richness of the heaven of exterior's orthodoxy made him gasp in amazement. It also completely dispelled his prejudices against the heaven's blight of the exterior. There must be a reason why it was as famous as the heaven of interior. Now, in the largest temple of Hung River, a meeting that belonged to the geniuses was being held. It was the Naked Assembly. The Naked Assembly was also known as the Unhindered Assembly. It was inclusive, unobstructed, and unhindered. It was like the Sanskrit Sutra and the Hua Sutra explanation. It was a large assembly where everyone was treated equally, regardless of their status, wisdom, or evil. It had to be explained. Otherwise, it would be ambiguous to some people, especially people like Lu Xiaoyi. 30 heaven of interior geniuses gathered. They didn't discuss anything in detail, set any rules, or nominate a so-called leader. They talked about everything and anything they wanted to say. When they were done, they dispersed and went their separate ways. It might mean something, but it might mean nothing. If you were willing to agree, it meant something. If you weren't willing to wallow in the mire, no one would invite you. They were all half immortals. There were many things that didn't need to be said. Of course, there had to be a reason to gather everyone. For example, Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian were the conveners this time under the guise of inviting everyone to a belly dance. They wanted to thank everyone for their help in the Battle of Hung River. The world destruction of Hung River this time could be said to be a cultivator's pursuit of their own Tao. Everyone had their own considerations to come here. However, Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian had to stand out. Because among many factors, helping the 5 rings to settle their grudges was one of the most important. Others could ignore it, but they couldn't pretend that they didn't know. The purpose of this gathering was to express their gratitude. It was also a kind of promise that didn't need to be said out loud. For example, if they were to meet in the future, it would be slightly more effective. This might not be a light debt, but 13 half-immortals had died in this matter, so shouldn't he take responsibility for everyone? Outside of the law, there was nothing more than human relationships. Outside of cultivation, there was also human relationships. One could not pretend to be stupid. The 2 fifth ring cultivators were well aware of this point. Qing Xian's heart was on the verge of breaking down. Everything else was fine, but this reason was too much. You think it's belly dancing, but it's far more than that. Losing all decorum, shame on the cultivation world, shame on the interior, and a stain on history. Forget it, I won't describe it. It's too painful to look at. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let this bastard make the arrangements. This was a lesson, and there definitely wouldn't be a next time. If others saw this, they would think that all 5-ringed soul kings were lecherous and evil. But this guy still felt good about himself and was very pleased with himself. Ma Lu, look, these are the most outstanding god-servants of the various temples in Hung River. Yes, I've brought them all here. Not bad, right? Don't you feel that it's very lively? Sigh, when I'm old and the era has changed, I'll open this place. Yes, this place. Everyone can come and have fun when they're free. As long as you, Ma Lu, are still alive, I'll give you a free meal. Oh, 50% off. Qing Xian wanted to ignore him, but he couldn't take this lying down. Of course I'll be alive until then. How dare you take my money? Lu Xiaoyi looked at him with disdain. Friends are friends, business is business. They're 2 different things. A 50% discount is already a lot. The gathering was very relaxed and casual. There was no theme, no host, and no rules. After 3 rounds of drinking, there were monsters who stood up and bid farewell. They didn't send them off, nor did they give them any words of farewell. They didn't even have any feelings of regret. The interior had been here for 100 years, and they came directly to Hung River boundary after coming out. It was normal for these monsters to miss home. After 3 days, the god-servants' legs turned to jelly. They only sent off the last guy with a heavy butt. Only then did their involvement with the interior temporarily come to an end. Qing Xian looked at the mess and said with hatred, "Look at the scene you've created. How will the history of cultivation be written in the future?" Lu Xiaoyi said carelessly, "The history of cultivation has already been decided. One is written by the victors, and the other is spread privately by the losers. You, the 3 pure ones, are the best at whitewashing the victors, so you don't have to worry. The rumors of the losers will end after several generations. By then, we'll be the embodiment of justice." The spokesperson of Tian Dao. He paused and looked coldly at the majestic Hung River. To the invaders, no matter whether you did it or not, there must be countless versions of us demons on this planet. Why not do it? This is the right of the victors. They stood still in the void for a long time. The 2 of them had been planning this since 100 years ago, or even earlier. Now that they had succeeded, they didn't feel any special joy. The Hung River boundary was destroyed, and the Hung River boundary was thrown out of the picture. However, more troubles and unknowns were revealed. I plan to go back to the interior. The first severance of primordial spirit isn't very reliable. It can't go anywhere. You're at the bottom of the half-immortal level, but in the main world, people treat you as a young god and ask you to behave according to the young god standards. What about you? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I'll go back to the 5th ring. Ever since I was burdened by you in the land of exile and got involved in the universe, it seems that I haven't stayed in the fifth ring for more than a few years in the past 2,000 years. Everyone knows that my home is in the fifth ring, but it's getting more and more unfamiliar to me. I'll go back, calm down, slack off, and enjoy life. Qing Xian was disdainful. Aren't you just going back to seek comfort from your senior sisters? You make it sound so artistic. Since you like belly dancing so much, why don't you pick a few and bring them back? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Oranges are orange in Huainan, and are tangerines in Huaibei. They are similar, but the taste is different. So what? They are different from each other. This dance is a culture in Heng River, but it's a heresy in the fifth ring. Do you think I'm stupid? Qing Xian snorted. This guy was so cunning that she couldn't trick him easily. You just said that you were afraid of your senior sisters, but you had to say those words. Interior, what else do you want? What news do you want to bring? Lu Xiaoyi nodded quickly. After talking for so long, this is the only thing that sounds like a human. There's no need to bring the news. It's just that the bamboo hat is like a knife in my throat. Why don't you help me get rid of it? Qing Xian stood up and began to rise in the direction of the interior. She was preparing to cultivate in the interior for a while. No way. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I listen to your orders? Chapter 1879. During this period of time, the universe had changed a lot, especially in the eastern elephant sky. In the year 339 of the Qingkong calendar, the cultivators of Heng River led a group of people to invade the Qingkong of the left Ju. They were annihilated by Xuanyuan's sword vein. In the year 19 of the Five Rings calendar, a large group of foreign tribes invaded the Five Rings territory. The winged men, Zerg, and the void beasts were all annihilated. In the year 91 of the Heng River calendar, a mainstream orthodoxy attacked Heng River, broke through the macro membrane, cleared the boundary, and took control of the Heaven's Choice continent. From then on, it was included in the mainstream orthodoxy. Compared to the other three, the Eastern Elephant Sky continued their usual liveliness. This time, the chaos of the universe finally spread from the Eastern Elephant Sky to the other three heavens. A single spark started a prairie fire, and chaos occurred frequently. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoyi. Through the interior sky's transit, he successfully returned to the left Ju galaxy. In fact, this was also the reason why he was unwilling to return to the interior sky. Up until now, he still belonged to the category of interior demons who had not entered the interior wall. He hoped that he could maintain this status for a longer period of time. He did not know why, but he felt that it would be more convenient for him to do things this way. As soon as he returned to the left Ju, he immediately felt that the atmosphere was a little different. From the space, there were constantly cultivators passing by in a hurry. They were not looking for spirits, nor were they fighting. They were in a state of roaming under the threat of war. He had guessed that Qingkong might have been attacked, but he was not sure. He also discussed his worries with the higher-ups of Shenyuan when he was mobilizing the troops. At that time, he could not predict the direction of the war 100 years later, so he could only put this burden on the shoulders of a few young gods. This was their responsibility. Fortunately, they were just roaming sentries, and there were no large-scale movements of cultivators. On the way to Qingkong, he asked these sentries and found out that the attack on Qingkong was a thing of the past. "Friend, you're late. The war is over. We're just doing a routine patrol to see if there are any fish that escaped the net. I think it will be peaceful again after a while." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Heng River did not let Qingkong go, but he did not know how much damage Xiao Mountain had suffered. What were the casualties? How big was the scale of Heng River's attack this time? The anxiety in his heart penetrated the macro membrane. His heart sank, and anger erupted. Xueshan was nowhere to be found. The peaks of the ice-snow plateau were still a plateau, but the peaks had withered. Some of the peaks had been cut in half, and the elder ending peak had disappeared. What used to be a pure white layer of snow was now mostly bare rock and soil. It was even harder to find plant. Due to the influence of the earth veins, the flying Comoth Peak, the supreme existence of Pyrolite Mountain, collapsed on a rocky beach. Its former glory was no longer present, and it no longer had a trace of its former grandeur. Such a miserable state was the prelude to a raid. But from what the cultivators outside said about Ching Kong's complete victory, he should have used this place as a battlefield, and not really fought so miserably. Which ruthless person dared to use Xiao Mountain as a bait to encircle and annihilate the enemy? It had to be said that he was truly responsible and courageous. He didn't expect that there would be someone so crazy among the old Yang spirit cultivators. It had already been some time since the battle, but the damage to Xiao Mountain's earth veins couldn't be recovered in a short time. It needed time, it needed to recuperate. There was also good news. Swordsmen were everywhere in the vicinity of Xiao Mountain. They weren't fighting, but were cleaning up. He didn't know how many pavilions and palaces there were in Xiao Mountain, but there were at least 1,000, right? There were people everywhere, loading the broken walls into floating rafts. Once the rafts were fully loaded, they would transport them far away. No one would have thought that the Shenyuan swordsmen, who had always been famous for their bloody slaughter, would have the potential to be a cleaning worker. Perhaps in the future, they would also be construction workers. The scenery was bleak, but the people were fervent. Amid the devastation, there was an exuberant atmosphere. Fortunately, what was lost were objects and not people. As long as there were people, everything could be rebuilt. At this time, Lu Xiaoyi was basically certain that Qing Kongyi had won in Shenyuan. So far, they had won 2 of the 3 battles. Based on the current situation, the pressure on the 5th ring was the least, but their strength was strong. He really couldn't think of any reason why there would be an accident. This made him temporarily put aside the idea of immediately going to the 5th ring. Fortunately, this was an acceptable result. Except that Xiao Mountain was a bit broken. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found his target below. He landed and saluted. "Senior Marshal Brother Guan, I trust you've been well since we last met." Guan Shan was also cleaning up a large hall. Judging from its location, it was the former Wen Guangfeng Chaotic Thunder Hall. This was one of the largest palaces on Xiao Mountain, so one could imagine the workload. Not only was there a large hall, but there were also many other small buildings. There was also a large area of fallen trees after the earthquake. The entire mountain had too many things to do. And this was only one of the 13 peaks of Xiao Mountain. In Shenyuan, there was no one who purely gave orders. The higher the status and realm, the more work they had to do. No one could just leave and relax. Fortunately, Shenyuan suffered light losses in this battle. We wiped out 50 young gods and a worm nest. It's just a pity for Xiao Mountain and the countless buildings that have stood here for tens of thousands of years. The situation was quite urgent at that time, so we didn't have much choice. We could either destroy the enemy on the mountain or send them to outer space. We chose to wipe them all out. This was the price. Now it seems that it was worth it. Lu Xiaoyi rolled up his sleeves and began to clean up. It was impossible to sweep through this kind of cleaning with a spell. There were countless objects in the collapsed buildings that might have no practical value but were commemorative, so they needed to be carefully searched and handled gently. When new buildings were erected in the future, they would still be useful. A broken home was worth 10,000 coins, not to mention the once incomparably glorious cultivation buildings. The 2 of them reviewed the 2 battlefields while cleaning. They were not in a hurry. They knew the result from the other side's leisurely and optimistic attitude. They took their time, including the 5th ring. In Guanshan's description, the overall layout of Hung River gradually became clear. There were 3 battlefields, 3 situations, but the 5th ring was the most relaxed. The world was strange and unpredictable. His tactical layout was very comprehensive, and the allies he had recruited were also very strong. After giving them a surprise in the first 5-ring battle, Heaven of the Exterior and Primeval Filthy Earth still had the ability to surprise them again. The depth of his foundation was amazing, but their mistake was a big mistake in strategy. This was a fact that could not be changed. This showed the importance of standing in the cultivation world. This was also why Lu Xiaoyi had been thinking about Xuanyuan's sword vein, He had been thinking and doing this all along. He did not want the sword vein to be isolated like the Hung River boundary. If so, he was afraid that his own strength would not be able to recover. After the Battle of Hung River, this was also a problem that every force was thinking about. But the next time such a big incident happened, it would not be so simple. Chapter 1880. Just like that, Lu Xiaoyi began his cleanup of Mount Yi. He worked hard without complaint, because all of this was more or less related to him. He was the instigator, and of course, it was also inevitable. However, his cleanup work was not fixed. He went from Wangguang Peak to Chenqiu Peak, then to some unknown peak, and from this hall to that hall, just to see friends he had not seen for a long time. In particular, he was most familiar with the members of the Sword Corps. They had already made a name for themselves in various levels of Shenyuan, and the most outstanding of them were slowly making their way into the core circle. No one mentioned Zhu Xian or Heaven's Choice again. This was an acknowledgement of the sword. In battle after battle, Xuanyuan's iron blood had been forged. He was very happy that they were all alive. This was also the biggest highlight of this battle of blue sky annihilation. Their tactics were appropriate, and they had preserved all of their strength. They were able to do this even when their opponents were 50 sun gods. Xuanyuan's sword vein had made a name for themselves in this battle, and they had also officially announced the return of the sword vein to the universe. Most of these people were the same age as Lu Xiaoyi. Everyone had unanimously chosen the path of the upper ancient realm. This was the inevitable choice of a swordsman. After the general trend of the universe had become clearer, they would definitely refuse to be mediocre. Lu Xiaoyi did not try to persuade them. This was the choice of adults. They were no longer in the shaking shadow realm. They were immature novices in the Sword Dao tablet. They had seen the vastness of the universe and experienced all kinds of battles. Their horizons had been completely widened by the arrival of the fifth ring. There was no need to say anything more. Finally, they arrived at Feilai Peak. Of course, the name Feilai Peak was a bit awkward now. It did not live up to its name. There was only a lonely figure tidying up here. This was the peak with the fewest people because there was not much to tidy up here. The building was already very dilapidated, and air was leaking everywhere. There was no need to talk about decorations. Lu Xiaoyi quietly came to her side. He moved the huge pillar casually, but his eyes were not honest. He kept glancing at her from the side. Her silhouette was like a scissor, her eyebrows were high, and her eyes were limpid. It was just that the water temperature might be a little low. Her nose was fine, and her lips were well-defined. Further down, the waves were turbulent. Man could conquer the heavens. It seemed to be larger than before. It was also a very small difference. Only someone like Lu Xiaoyi, who was familiar with it and cared about it, could tell the difference. Nothing had changed. How did she change from senior sister to great aunt? Where are you looking? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Yang, she said fiercely. Originally, he wanted to leave this guy hanging, but this guy's thieving eyes seemed to carry a hook. Finally finding a familiar feeling, Lu Xiaoyi's hands started to move to the side. Of course, he couldn't touch her, but this was his attitude. Senior sister, they said that you're a reincarnated old witch. I wonder if it's true or not. I knew it was impossible. Such a beautiful Dafa, slender and elegant, full of charm, I can't help but feel pity for her. Then, should I call you senior sister in the future? Or should I call you grandmaster grandmother? Call me great-grandmother, Smokey said without hesitation. She knew that this fellow would not call her that. But she was wrong. Okay. Little Yi, I respect my master the most. After working hard for a few days, I'm a little hungry. I want to eat. Grandmother, do you have anything to eat here? Smokey raised her eyebrows. Scoundrel. Call me senior sister. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. That's what you said. It's not that I don't respect seniority, ha. Senior sister, don't be in a hurry to clean up. Tell me your story first. The years of cultivation, the glorious past, old friends, gossip, secret stories. I love to hear them all. Smokey glared at him. You want to hear Li Wuya's story, right? He's been deified. In fact, he's not as wise and powerful as the legends say, and can predict his enemies like a god. He's made a fool of himself many times, but history never records these. Even if he made a mistake, he would always correct it in the end. Well, I'll tell you. Some memories have been buried in my heart for too long. If I don't take them out to dry, I'm afraid they'll grow mold and maggots and completely disappear. Smokey had always thought that she was Smokey, but she had inherited a part of Bu Lian's memories. This was the mentality of every great cultivator after reincarnation. No one would think that they were the continuation of their other self. They were more willing to believe that they were the true self. This was also the true meaning of reincarnation. Smokey had never said these words to anyone in the sect, including the several young gods. Of course, no one dared to ask her. The past was the past. It was not her style to show off. Every era should have its own story, and she did not lack the reverence of others. Only after fighting, cultivating, and being alone would she occasionally open up these old memories and think about them silently. She would tell herself that she could not immerse herself in such emotions for too long, otherwise she would not be able to extricate herself. The only person she was willing to talk to was the guy in front of her. Not only because they were the closest, but also because this little guy was walking on the old man's old path. Although they were different and had completely different personalities, she knew that they were walking on the same path. This was the most insightful understanding of the two eras that a reincarnated person had. There was no mistake about it. She could not change it. In her previous life, she had been unable to change the big shit-stirrer. In this life, she was also unable to change the little shit-stirrer. When she realized that they were drifting away from each other in danger, their abilities had far surpassed hers. The only thing she could do was to tell the big shit-stirrer some of his experiences and see if it could help the little shit-stirrer. She was not sure about this, because one would never understand those things before reaching that level. In her previous life, when the big shit-stirrer stirred up the universe, how much inside information did she know? She could only choose what she knew. It was really like telling a story. She hoped that the little guy could understand something from it. The most outstanding swordsmen of the Shenyuan sword vein had all walked on the old path. This was the home of the sword, innately unyielding. However, the way of heaven had given the sword vein 1 or 2 chances. Would it give a third chance? She was very doubtful. Therefore, she hoped that she could do something. They moved bricks on Flying Peak for nearly a month, until the bricks were cleared and the story was finished. I will go to interior heaven. This is my path, and I have to take it. I have been looking forward to it for many reincarnations. Lu Xiaoyi understood, although he felt that there was nothing fun about that place. Do you need me to accompany you? I am very familiar with that place. Yang Chen shook his head. No need, I am not a child. Little Yi, you have your responsibilities. In the Shenyuan sword sect, only the 2 of us are lucky enough to take this step. I am not saying that one of us has to guard the sect, but you know your own situation. The time you stay in the sect is too short, and that is not good. It is not good for your growth. I have already mentioned it to the higher-ups, and they have agreed. Soon, Shenyuan will give you more responsibilities. You need to be more responsible. Don't jump out every time something big happens, and do the little things of daily life. Chapter 1881. Senior Sister Smoky Puppet's words determined Lu Xiaoyi's future. He wanted to cry but had no tears. In his opinion, this was Senior Sister's excuse to go crazy and leave him behind as a scapegoat. Anyway, he did have the intention to stay here for a long time, so it didn't matter. What kind of burden did he have? Why couldn't he stay? Eating, drinking, and having fun. Why did she have to add a burden that restricted his freedom? It had to be said that they were all half immortals and had a common intuition about cultivation. They all thought that what he lacked now was to settle down in the sect and not go crazy outside. He had been crazy for nearly 2,000 years. It was time to settle down. Why? Do you have a problem? Are you unhappy? Smoky Puppet glared at him. Lu Xiaoyi said pitifully, "Whatever senior sister says, I will do. If senior sister says dog, I will not catch chicken. However, considering that senior sister is going to go to the interior sky and there is a high possibility that you will travel to the void of the universe, I am afraid that we will not see each other for a long time in the future. Then, I have a small request. I wonder if senior sister can fulfill it." "Speak." Smoky Puppet softened her tone. Lu Xiaoyi was a little shy. "Senior sister, you see, I have peeked at you bathing so many times, there is no secret to speak of. Why don't we take a bath together?" A miserable howl came from the night sky in the direction of the flying peak. There was no movement on Xiao Mountain, so they knew that the old witch was dealing with the little rascal again. The cleaning of Xiao Mountain had come to an end, and there was nothing else to do for the time being. As for how to build, it required an overall plan and long wrangling, but there was no problem in terms of resources. Should they completely follow the old building style? Or should they start afresh and come up with their own ideas? Or should they build a themed building complex? Wait, there was a lot of arguing. They would not go back for the time being because the higher-ups of Shenyuan had realized the importance of Xiao Mountain. Different from the other sects in the Fifth Ring, Xuanyuan's old land was full of mysteries and would determine the future to a large extent. Even the people of Henghe had realized it. There was no reason for the people of Shenyuan to be confused. This was a precious period of free time. There were no specific missions, and no new personnel appointments. This would have to be discussed when they returned to the dome. Lu Xiaoyi took advantage of this opportunity to leap into the blue sky. His body flashed as he left, not to escape, but to see his two old friends. An enormous treasured vessel floated in space, and the myriad of portholes on it were dim and lusterless. It was like an enormous beast that lay in ambush within the darkness with the intention of swallowing its prey. Lu Xiaoyi bowed respectfully. "This little one is Shenyuan Lu Xiaoyi. Please forgive me for disturbing Swan Fu Jun's peaceful cultivation. This little one has two friends who were sent here to recuperate from their injuries. I wish to visit them. I hope Swan Fu Jun can make it convenient for you." This innate spiritual treasure Swan Fu Jun had a mysterious origin and a long lifespan. Although his realm was the same as Lu Xiaoyi's, the depth of his cultivation base was not something he could compare to. Most importantly, he was once a friend of the Crow ancestor. It was also because of his relationship with the Crow ancestor that he was so close to Shenyuan. He had even helped the Shenyuan to raise the upper realm problem of the Shenyuan swordsman. Therefore, not only was he an elder, but he was also a benefactor and had to be respected. It turned out that the innate spiritual treasure in Zhuoju was the giant tree. Later on, the giant tree had sent him back to Juxian in exchange for this ship that was even closer to him. This innate spiritual treasure was also the one that Lu Xiaoyi was closest to. He was born with an affinity with this innate spiritual treasure. The ship did not respond. However, a pitch-black passage slid open on the body of the ship. Knowing that this was the tacit permission of the ship, he bowed again and floated inside respectfully. He did not do anything impolite. The deeper he went, the brighter it became. The spacious hall, the long passage, and the hundreds and thousands of floors of the ship confused him for a moment. An unfamiliar Taoist came forward and greeted him respectfully. Junior Igu, the 376th generation disciple of Shenyuan. "I'm here to lead the way for Martial Uncle." Lu Xiaoyi nodded and smiled. This was an old Yuanying disciple of Shenyuan. He was here to borrow the power of Swan Fu Jun to ascend to the upper realm. He was from the 376th generation, Lu Xiaoyi was from the 365th generation, and the Crow ancestor was from the 169th generation. Every 100 years, there would be a new generation. This was Xuanyuan's division of generations. It was simple and clear. After a brief conversation, he knew that this Igu had also participated in the Battle of Blue Sky. At that time, all the cultivators in Swan Fu had returned to Blue Sky to participate in the battle. This was their responsibility. However, they might not be needed for the cleanup and reconstruction later on. Therefore, after the battle, they returned to the ship and continued to ascend to the upper realm. Now that he had received a hint from the ship, he was leading the way. What happened to those two good-for-nothings? Are they dead or alive? If there's really no hope, throw them out to feed the void beast. It's a waste of resources. Igu laughed awkwardly. This martial Uncle Lu was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was famous for his poisonous tongue. He obviously came to see an old friend, but his words were still so sinister. However, he did not dare to continue the conversation. He introduced, when the two martial uncles were sent here, we had already left. When we came back, they had been in a special cabin. We had no chance to meet them. You also know that with their injuries, we can't help them with their cultivation. After leading them to the destination, Igu tactfully retreated. He knew that if he really heard martial Uncle Lu scolding them, it would be very awkward if he met the two in the future. Therefore, he needed to stay away from them. Lu Xiaoyi floated into the cabin. He only felt that this cabin was quite high-end. The space was spacious and there was no sense of restriction. There was an indescribable aura of Yuanli flowing in the spiritual vigor. It must be the aura of Swan Fu. For an existence like the ship, this little bit of consumption was not a problem. However, if there was no such relationship, ordinary cultivators would definitely not receive such treatment. Spiritual treasures cultivated for a long time. After thousands of years of such small losses and expenditures, the total amount would be terrifying. From this, it could be seen that the ship and Shenyuan Sword School had a deep relationship. It was indeed not ordinary. The reason why the two heavily injured people were arranged in the same cabin was because they relied too much on each other. With each other in front of them, they had the motivation to compete. For example, to see who would be the first to die. Of course, after a certain amount of treatment, they were both Yin masters. Since they were able to hold on and not die, now that they were in Swan Fu's territory, naturally, there would not be any accidents. However, it was hard to say how much they could recover. It required their own efforts, confidence, perseverance, and the spirit of never giving up. And a little bit of luck. But now, it could not be seen that the two of them were in a hurry. Each of them was holding a cigarette in their mouth, puffing out smoke. Just as they were enjoying themselves, they realized that someone had come in. When they looked, they dropped their cigarette and stuttered. Master Lu. Senior martial brother, Lu Xiaoyi was the person they respected the most in their lives, but also the person they were most afraid of. The two fellows who thought that they had made a great contribution were originally a little arrogant on the ship. However, when the person in front of them appeared, they did not dare to say anything. This was because they knew that this ancestor did not know how to control his strength when torturing people. He would not care about your face at all. Big sister was pretending to be ruthless, but her heart was soft. This big brother was really ruthless. Did he have a heart? Chapter 1882. Shenyuan doesn't raise useless people. Maybe the previous Shenyuan would raise you, but in Shenyuan from now on, I'll make the decision. I won't raise people who only know how to occupy resources but don't know how to cherish them. The two guys lowered their heads and listened obediently, not daring to talk back. Huang Xiaoya must have told you that no matter what happens in the future, you've made great contributions to the sect and will always be the role models of the sect. If you don't recover, you can stay here forever. What does a silly little girl like her know? She doesn't know how expensive the daily necessities are until she's in charge. I won't raise useless people here. You only have 2 years. No matter if you raise them well or not, go back to the dome. I heard that you've bought a house and land in the Thousand Islands region, and a large group of people. I'll make the decision for you. Selling them can be considered as contributing to the construction of Mount Yi. To grow old on the island, one needed to have strength as a guarantee. They were swordsmen, Shenyuan people. They had defended their honor in the Battle of Blue Sky, so no one would really harm them. But if they lost the guarantee of strength, all kinds of mockery and ridicule were inevitable. How could these two people, who valued face more than the sky, endure it? Lu Xiaoyi snorted and didn't say much. He was very clear that the real problem with these two people wasn't their ability, nor was it their environment or resources. It was their mentality. What were they thinking if they wanted to lie on the Book of Merit and live off it? He had to make them feel a sense of urgency before they were willing to work hard. He walked out of the cabin door and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 years, I'll keep my word. Everyone had their own personality. Some listened to advice, some were threatened, some were soft-spoken, and some were forced. With these 2 people's easygoing nature and their relationship with him, he had to use force to threaten them. Otherwise, they wouldn't listen to him. The people who came down with him were getting fewer and fewer. He had to try his best to ensure that they lived longer. This was the purpose of his trip. After exiting the cabin, he sensed something in his heart. He turned around and entered another empty cabin. He shook his storage ring. In an instant, the huge cabin was almost filled with all kinds of strange things. Of course, this included all kinds of heavenly treasures, spirit plants, and great medicines. He clasped his hands towards the sky and said, "Lord I do have some very nutritious things here. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about medicine. If you see anything that you can use to help them, feel free to take it and save some energy." Space warped, and an elderly man appeared. His face was as red as a date, and he wore a dignified expression on his face. He waved a hand through the air, and most of the items were stuffed back into his storage ring. However, there were still some useful items left behind. "I appreciate your kind intentions. There are indeed some natural oddities that are useful and will save me a lot of effort. To be honest, I don't know much about how to treat you humans." Dao Wu was telling the truth. He was born as an innate spiritual treasure, not a human. He did not have a deep understanding of the human cultivation system. The only thing he could provide was the spiritual treasure's vital qi that he used during his cultivation. It was helpful for the injuries of human cultivators, but it was far from being professional. There were many Shenyuan cultivators who came here to heal their injuries. He only provided the environment and had never shown himself before. There was no need for him to do so. However, the person who came this time was different. He smelled a familiar scent. He had met this person once before. It was when the big tree carried him away. It could be said that it was the first time this little guy came in contact with him. However, he had known this little guy for a long time. The higher-ups in the sect are a little biased towards Lord Yu's role. I think the tacit understanding between the Crow ancestor and Lord Yu is nothing more than helping those old cultivators who have reached the end of their lifespan and are unable to reach the upper realm. There should be a time limit and a qualification limit. Otherwise, if the injured upper realm cultivators progress slowly, they won't be able to bear the burden. According to the history of the sect, the Crow ancestor doesn't support the cultivators to be attached to this place. He only does this occasionally when there is a huge change in the sect. Now that the universe is in chaos and the change of the era is imminent, the sect needs an endless stream of new blood. There is a reason why he organized these people. However, after I take over, I will control the scale of the people coming here. I will also strictly limit the time and number of people coming here. Cultivation is difficult and one can only rely on oneself. Having such a way out will do more harm than good to Shenyuan. Sigh. It was exactly the same. It was also simple and direct. He saw the problem clearly. He also had courage and dared to make a decision. He was brave enough to bear the consequences. It was no wonder that a few of his old friends like Lord Taipu and Lord Yu favored him so much. In recent years, Shenyuan was indeed not restrained enough when it came to sending people here. There were too many people here too frequently. How could it not be affected? However, for the sake of its former friend, it couldn't say anything. The change of the era was imminent and it had to endure through that point of time. If that was the case, after the universe was rebooted, its fate with Shenyuan would come to an end. It would casually find an excuse to leave Qingkong and live a life that belonged to the innate spirit treasure that stood aloof from worldly affairs. Xuanyuan's young gods might not have thought of these things. However, they were too focused on short-term interests and didn't have a long-term vision. They didn't know that the change of the era was an extremely important point, but how could the thousands of years after the change be peaceful? The fierce collision under the new order had just begun. However, This little guy was different. He saw the truth at a glance and quickly cut the Gordian knot. This was the rhythm of doing something big. It was also the rhythm of tying old Bai to Xuanyuan's warship. However, it couldn't bear any resentment. It was the same as its old friend who was half master and half master. Was it going to start again? It had only been tens of thousands of years. Humans really didn't stop. It didn't know what to say, because its mortal heart had already been exhausted from its last deep relationship with a human. It couldn't respect such a human, even if he was equally outstanding, and there was even a faint connection between him and that person. The true loyalty of an innate spirit treasure was also the only loyalty it had ever shown. It had already been buried by time. This made it somewhat speechless. However, it wanted to do something. After a moment of silence, it outlined a star map of the universe out of thin air and said in a deep voice, "Look at this position. Have you been here before?" Lu Xiaoyi's identification made him blush with shame. "I haven't been there before. I went to the Juxian upper realm since the Jindan period. In fact, I don't know much about Qingkong or the Five Rings. Every time I come back, I'm in a hurry and my heels are always on the ground." Bayan expressed its understanding. "This place is called the Linglong Upper Realm. It's the foundation of an innate spirit treasure. You should go and take a look. Maybe it'll be helpful to you. Do you feel a little strange in your heavenly eyes? Go to Linglong. Maybe you'll find the answer there." Chapter 1883. The Shenyuan sword sect stayed in Mount Xiao for another year, putting all their energy into cleaning up the ruins and restoring nature to its original appearance. The mountains were repaired, the vegetation grew, the rivers were dredged, and there were thousands of beasts and creatures, but there was not a single building. Strictly speaking, there was not much difference whether there was a building or not. Without the restrictions of buildings, it was more convenient to use the sword. If there were swordsmen of Weijian Mountain here, they would definitely prefer this kind of Shenyuan. The vast expanse of white land was really clean. When winter came, it snowed heavily in the northern region for a month, especially in the area of Mount Xiao. This was nature's compensation for the mountains and rivers, subtly restoring the old appearance. After several heavy snowfalls, the mountainous terrain of Mount Xiao was partly restored to its original appearance. The snowy plains and snowy peaks were back, but they still lacked a foundation. When summer came and the sun shone, most of it would disappear. It would take a long time. Slowly, more and more snow would accumulate and become thicker and thicker, forming layers of ice and frozen soil. Then, it would return to the pure white snow that never melted all year round. It was always easy to destroy, but difficult to restore the old appearance. Therefore, whether it was the Tao of Heaven or the cultivators, they cherished everything in the mortal world. They knew that some things would never come back if they were destroyed. In this regard, Bu Lian's original decision was really risky. When human beings were forced into a desperate situation, who would care about these things? As for the construction of Mount Xiao, it was really a case of a chicken and a duck. After a year of fighting, there was still no solution. On this matter, Lu Xiaoyi, Yang Chang, and a few other young gods could not be stubborn. In fact, they also had differences among themselves. A few young gods, led by Guan Shan, thought that they should restore the old appearance and copy everything from the past. What Yang Chen meant was to start all over again. He also asked for the opinions of his subordinates and divided all the buildings into sections so that all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage would have the opportunity to participate. They would each come up with a blueprint and budget and compete with each other. Whoever's plan was better would be adopted and a responsibility system would be formed to supervise the construction. However, Lu Xiaoyi disagreed. Senior Sister's idea was good, but the result would be that the architectural styles of the entire Xiao Mountain would be completely different. They would not match each other at all. Just by looking at the buildings, they would look magnificent, but the overall effect would be barely satisfactory. What he meant was to suggest a theme park, such as the Spring Warmth Hall, Yixiong Pavilion, Yihong Courtyard, Huankui House, and so on. Of course, if he thought it was too soft, he could change the name. Sword Warmth Hall, Yijian Pavilion, Yihong Courtyard, Huanjian Pavilion, how big of a deal was that? When the time came, every palace would have their own ace. When the enemy came, they would shout, "Gu! Swordsman, receive the guest." With such endless debate, the people below were also very enthusiastic. Everyone wanted to integrate their own creativity into this once in tens of thousands of years reconstruction. This was something that would be recorded in history. The inscription of the building would be engraved with the architect's name. It was such a mess that he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he decided not to do it. He would leave it at that for the time being. He would wait until everyone calmed down after they returned to the dome of the fifth ring. Right now, at Xiao Mountain, the excitement after the great battle had yet to pass. Everyone was in high spirits and wanted to participate, so there was no way to unify them. After leaving behind a portion of forces to stay behind, Xuanyuan's main forces began their return journey. In the clear sky, one treasured vessel after another entered the negative space, and it was an enormous sight that stirred the hearts of all. But to Lu Xiaoyi, he'd already seen such a scene too many times, and it couldn't arouse the slightest fluctuation in his emotions since a long time ago. A few of the higher-ups stood together, and Yang Cheng bowed. Previously, we were forced by circumstances and had no choice. If we offended you in any way, please forgive us, senior brothers. Guan Shan and the others returned the greeting. Their mood was complicated. The young people had already left, so where was the path for these old fellows? The talk of reincarnation is just a joke. It's not enough. Bu Lian is Bu Lian, and Yang Cheng is Yang Cheng. They are two different things. Shen Yuan will be handed over to all of you. Yang Cheng has spent most of his life in the sect. Now is the time to go out and see the world. He turned to Lu Xiaoyi. I'll leave the responsibility to you. If there's anything wrong, watch out for your skin. Then, he swayed his body and flew up. In everyone's perception, he mysteriously disappeared. Thus, they knew that this was the path to interior heaven. They didn't know if they would have the chance to take this step in their lifetime. After a long time, they gathered their emotions and prepared to board the ship. Shongting was very curious and stared at Lu Xiaoyi. Little Yi, there are many ways to threaten people. Why does senior sister only want you to watch out for your skin? Lu Xiaoyi was very proud. Well, that's the story of scrubbing one's back. You won't understand. Xuanyuan's army returned. After a few years, the dome was bustling with activity again. Now, the fifth ring finally found the feeling of their ancestors. They could move freely in the void and no one could compete with them. 3 battles were won at the same time, and it wasn't just 3 battles of defeat, but 3 battles of annihilation. This undoubtedly increased the probability of victory by a lot. Among them, the main battlefield of Heng River was initiated and led by the Fifth Ring Alliance. They completely destroyed the backbone of Heng River. It was hard to say how far it would go, but before the change of the era, the universe's eastern sky forces would no longer have a place in Heng River. The Battle of the Fifth Ring Outer Space was completed with the help of 2 allies. This was a rarely seen battle of annihilation against the foreign species in the history of the universe. It had extraordinary significance and provided a good model for future battles between humans and foreign species. The defense of the blue sky world was purely undertaken by Shen Yuan, but the weight of 50 sun gods was heavy. It was a model of annihilation for the region. The 3 battles, no matter which one was taken out, were remarkable. Researchers of war history were intoxicated. Heng River's dignified suppression brought the general trend and careful preparation to the extreme. The Fifth Ring's outer space pocket made foreign species psychology appear in front of everyone for the first time. The blue sky world's exchange of people and land showed the ruthlessness of the sword vein in front of the world. It made every force ponder. If they were in the same situation, what would they do? Could they do it like the sword vein? Or would it be better to lose land and people die? The Fifth Ring began to officially enter the right track of the universe's transformation. This was a psychological self-recovery, a sublimation after the last universe war. True strength must first be the strength of the heart. It was also because of this change in the fifth ring that the embryonic form of the Eastern Sky and part of the Northern Skies alliance began to appear. Among them, the more famous strong worlds, such as Juzian and Yangding, were completely integrated into the fifth ring system and became allies. There was also Heaven's Choice, Anchor Chain, and Floating Sink, which also showed a clear willingness to cooperate. These forces combined were already unrivaled in the Eastern Sky. If they wanted to find an opponent, they would have to find one from the other three skies. How could it be so easy? Therefore, the fifth ring world celebrated, and everyone was happy. When they were happy, they would hold a meeting to celebrate. This was not only a problem of the fifth ring, but also a common problem of humans. Just before the fifth ring summit was held, Xuanyuan's sword Vane released a piece of news, officially confirming the new young representative of Shenyuan, Cigarette but Lu Xiaoyi, to take over the position of Xuanyuan's leader. Chapter 1884. The position of sect leader in the cultivation world was a complicated and awkward process. Especially in Shenyuan sword sect. It didn't mean that the sect leader was really the leader of the sect. Rewards and punishments were up to his heart, and life and death were up to him. Once upon a time, Shenyuan was divided into the inner and outer sword vein. In fact, all the power was concentrated in the inner sword, Thunder Palace, and the outer sword, Soaring Sky Tower. The sect leader was a mere figurehead. He was in a dilemma and could only have some say in the daily management of the disciples. In fact, he didn't live up to his name. This situation had been like this since Shenyuan was established. It lasted for tens of thousands of years. The important matters of the sect were decided by the young spirit elder, and the small matters were arranged by the Thunder Palace Master and the Soaring Sky Tower Master. The so-called sect leader basically had no sense of existence. This was also the fundamental reason why no one wanted to be the sect leader. This situation didn't change until the dome was established. Until a few hundred years ago, when Lu Xiaoyi brought the coiling sword technique. Overnight, all the outer swords became coiling swords. Yuanying and above all became inner swords. However, these inner swords were not the same as the traditional inner swords. Under this trend, it was very inappropriate to set up the Thunder Palace and Soaring Sky Tower. It was easy to create artificial barriers, so there was no distinction between the inner and outer swords. Everyone was sword vain. It was that simple. Under such a change, the traditional system of being in charge of the head of the sect showed its benefits. It was more convenient for the head of the sect to be in charge. It was more convenient for the head of the sect to be in charge. It was more convenient for the head of the sect to be in charge of the sect. In this situation, the sect leader not only needed prestige, but also real strength. It wasn't something that any true monarch could take on. Without power, you couldn't command people. A few young spirits pretended to obey, dozens of primordial spirits laughed, and hundreds of yin spirits fooled around. How could you control them? Therefore, after Xuanyuan's inner and outer swords merged, the first sect leader could only be Guandu. Except for him, no one else could. However, after a few hundred years, Shenyuan had changed greatly. Lu Xiaoyi was a rising star. In terms of strength, he was probably even stronger than Guandu. In terms of achievements, he was miles ahead of everyone in Shenyuan. In terms of potential, there was no comparison at all. His only shortcoming was his connections and reputation. Following the two universe wars, this was gradually catching up. Therefore, when Guandu sent the secret letter, with Bu Lian's recommendation and the support of the Sword Soldier Army and his old friends, everything went smoothly. He had skipped over all the positions, going from Shenyuan to the chief disciple of the Sword Mountain Range. It couldn't be any more natural. No one in the dome ceiling had any objections. It took him 2,000 years to become the eldest senior brother of the Zhuji stage from the fifth ring fish leap sword insertion to the present eldest senior brother of all swordsmen, including the Sun Spirit. Everything came naturally, except that he was a little reluctant. It was true that he wanted to stay in the fifth ring for a while, but he wanted to be an idle person, like Bing Ku and the young man. He wanted to have a place to eat, drink, and have fun. He wanted to attract cats and dogs, and occasionally play the role of a fighter. However, he didn't want to be the sect leader, but it was not up to him. Wasn't the unruly crow ancestor bound to the position of the Thunder Palace leader for hundreds of thousands of years? It was also a part of the sect leader. In fact, it's not as troublesome as I thought. You can spare 4 hours to browse the affairs of the sect every day. You don't have to worry about the small matters. We will report the big matters with a solution. Only the big matters that involve the foundation of the sect or the survival of the fifth ring will trouble you. Well, of course, you have to pay more attention to the external communication. This is not something that we can decide. Le Fong smiled. In the beginning, he wanted to push the responsibility of the Thunder Palace to this guy, but he let him slip away. Now that he was the sect leader, where could he run to? Is there no external department in Shenyuan? Or a spokesperson? Lu Xiaoyi was confused. Le Fong, Lord Rui, Light, Zhu Fan, Song Rong, and the other subordinates were even more confused than him. Song Rong was still the sword master who knew him best. Just tell me, is there a sect leader substitute to complete all the work of the sect leader for you? Then you can run around freely in the universe. Lu Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly. My parents gave birth to me, and Xiao Rong knows me best. Then, do you have one? Everyone looked at him in disdain and shook their heads. This was habitual slacking off. Otherwise, who knows when this person will disappear without a trace and run off to stir up trouble again. Lord Rui looked at the young face of the person in front of him and sighed. Back then, he was just a small Foundation establishment cultivator, and it was he who sent him to the Sandstar to become a Jindan. 2,000 years later, he was already in the primordial soul realm, just like him. Moreover, he had taken one more step than him. Right now, there's a very important foreign affairs mission. The 99th meeting of the Five Rings Summit. The war has just been settled, and Shenyuan has a new leader. It's time for me to show my face and let everyone see the sect leader's glory. Therefore, other small matters can be postponed, but the summit can't be postponed. At that time, there will be a comprehensive deduction of the next moves of the Five Rings. It can't be done without you. Lu Xiaoyi still tried to find support, but everyone showed a helpless expression. Zhu Fan said concisely, accept your fate, boss. For Lu Xiaoyi, he already had access to the highest secrets of Shenyuan. The reason why he didn't use it was because he didn't have time. Now that he had calmed down, as the leader of a sect, he needed to know a lot of things, whether he was willing or not. Among them, there were not many secrets of the Crow ancestor. After becoming a half-immortal, the Crow ancestor left behind very few things. Whether it was his own movements or swordsmanship, many of them were placed on the Sword Dao tablet. This was a profound move, and he didn't want to bring the conflicts of the half-immortal level to the sect. But Shenyuan had more than one Crow ancestor. There was also the great Emperor Shenyuan, the fourth ancestor and the sixth ancestor, and many others who weren't called ancestors but were actually ancestors. There were also the intricate relationships with the major forces of cultivation in the universe, such as the relationships with hundreds of sects in the Five Rings, the connections between the various realms in the universe, the acquisition of countless cultivation resources, and the secret arrangements that Shenyuan had been secretly making in the main world and the anti-space, countless chess pieces, spies, and secret sects, and so on. The complexity of such a huge force was self-evident. Even if he was an essence soul-perfected cultivator with unlimited brainpower, he would have a headache. But as the leader, he had to know these things. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to make mistakes when dealing with external relations. Leading a sect was more troublesome, more complicated, and more exhausting than he thought. It was only through such indoctrination that he began to get familiar with Shenyuan. He understood how this sharp war weapon operated and how it was maintained. He understood Xuanyuan's direction in the past, its current trend, and also had a clearer understanding of the future. He also understood why Guan Du, Guan Shan, and Bu Lian wanted him to be the sect leader. It was because they knew that Xuanyuan's future direction was likely to be the direction he was trying to go. Only by understanding everything about Shenyuan could he make the best choice. Once he made his choice, Everyone would go down the same path. Chapter 1885. The summit of the 5 rings began when the 5 rings were first established. It was no longer important who proposed it. What was important was that there had to be a format where everyone could participate to decide the future of the 5 rings. The universe was changing, and so were the times. Of course, ideas would change as well. The direction of the 5 rings was closely related to the general trend of the universe. Only then would they not fall behind and be left behind by the new era. But before that, he would discuss the future of Shenyuan with the young god and primordial spirit in the sect. In this regard, he and the Crow ancestor had different personalities. The Crow ancestor was domineering and decisive. He did not care about other people's feelings and was excluded from the core decision-making team of Shenyuan for a period of time. This was because of his personality. In the end, he resolutely withdrew and returned to the Shenyuan sequence only after many years. It was very in line with the temperament of a swordsman, being impulsive. But Lu Xiaoyi was different. He knew very well that he did not have the time to be impulsive. The end of the era was approaching, and he did not have the time to throw a tantrum. If he wanted to carry out his plan and eliminate any signs of disharmony in the sect, he had to communicate more and discuss the pros and cons. Actually, it wasn't difficult to do this. Swordsmen were filled with crazy genes. If they described what they were going to do in the future to be more difficult, more magnificent, more tragic, and more likely to die, don't worry, 10 out of 10 of these people would fully support them. Of course, he could throw the blame on the Crow ancestor. In fact, it was not bad. If he did not bring morality to the lower realm, would everyone be in such a difficult position? This was his personality. He did not use force. Instead, he beat around the bush, swindled, and used unscrupulous means to achieve his goal. The era had chosen him, so he had to be worthy of this responsibility. No matter how he did it, he had to appease everyone first. This was the best foundation. He did not want to end up like the Crow ancestor and be forced to die alone. If one day he really had to die, he wanted everyone in the universe to die with him. He would rather be the one who betrayed the universe. From this point of view, the Crow ancestor was more of a hero. He had the qualities of an ambitious and ruthless person. In this chaotic world, there was no need to say which kind of personality was more likely to succeed. A month after being elected by Shenyuan as the sect leader, Lu Xiaoyi took Guanshan, Gong Yaroming, Guangming, Song Rong, and a few other important figures of the Dome, as well as a group of Supremes Yuanying, and set off for the nearby Sangharan Oracle Lake, where the summit was to be held. All of the major sects and powers in the 5th ring had a share of the loot. In this regard, the top powers did not monopolize the loot. When it came to image projects that did not involve their own interests and could express the concept of equality of the 5 rings to the entire domain, the major forces were often very open-minded. They didn't even mind holding a meeting in a small sect with only 2 or 3 members. However, considering that their influence was too small, they wouldn't be able to receive them. After all, they couldn't just hold a summit and wipe out the other party's assets, right? The last time he came to Oracle Lake was when he participated in the 100 vying barges when he was in Foundation establishment. He looked around and said with a smile, "I was very lucky that time. I got first place and obtained 3 forces. Actually, I don't care about the prizes. However, Sangharan's Kuan cultivators are very cold and arrogant. There wasn't even a single one of them who was secretly flirting with me. It's very depressing." Tong Yang, who was accompanying him, said with a smile, "Lord Lu, you must be joking. I'm afraid your standards are too high. Vulgar cosmetics don't catch your eye. There are also many fairies who have achieved Dao in this summit. There will definitely be a lot of flirting. I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Both parties laughed. This was just a way to get closer to each other. Everyone was in the North region, so their relationship was still very close. They needed to strengthen it. Sangharan needed Shenyuan, a sword that was getting sharper and sharper, to bring him to explore the universe. Shenyuan also needed a suitable force to make up for his shortcomings. The 3 pure ones weren't suitable. They were too strong and had their own visions. Sangharan was just right. Because it was organized by a top-notch sect, and because it happened after a great victory, this summit was very extravagant. The scale was even greater than the previous ones. Not only were the leaders of the various forces present, but also the cultivators below, such as the Supremes, the Yuanying, and even the Jindan. It was just like the large-scale international meetings in his previous life. What the leaders wanted to talk about and what areas they wanted to cooperate in were all discussed in advance by the team of think tanks and assistants. There were very few sudden and sharp questions that were directly placed in front of the leaders, leaving them with no room to maneuver. In fact, it was the same in the world of cultivation. Some problems of the core formation stage would be discussed by the core formation stage cultivators. The nascent soul stage cultivators would deal with the matters of the nascent soul stage cultivators, and the disputes of the true monarchs would be handled by the true monarchs. The principle was to control the conflicts and problems at a certain level and part, and never allow them to expand. It had to be admitted that victory was the best lubricant. Friendships forged in battle were especially tested. The 5 rings had never been as harmonious and united as they were today. Everyone was not calculative, so most of the problems were solved. If they were willing to take a step back, the rest would be easily resolved. Lu Xiaoyi's luck was not bad. It was his first time appearing on the 5 rings core stage and playing the role of the big boss, but there were no messy things to disgust him. Wine flowed like water, and delicious food filled the banquet. Jiaolan did a very good job in this aspect. Perhaps it was because there were many Kuan cultivators in the orthodoxy. There was only one thing. When Lu Xiaoyi was building his foundation, he did not encounter any flirtatious gazes. Now that he was one of the top leaders in the 5 rings, he did not encounter any flirtatious gazes. In the past, he was really ordinary, a country bumpkin. Even if he took the first place, it could not hide the fragrance of the soil all over his body. Now, he was too outstanding, making people sigh helplessly. The body of a half-immortal was unattainable. Since there was no hope, he might as well continue to pretend to be cold and arrogant. Romantic encounters were no longer possible in the 5 rings, where everyone knew everything. It was also a sorrow that could not be dispelled. The opening ceremony of the summit was the most solemn. It was also the only occasion during the summit where all the participating cultivators gathered. After that, there were many sub-venues for different levels. Everyone was mixed up like this, so there was no way for them to secretly plot and scheme. Therefore, different environments had to be given to different levels of people. The Jindan were thinking about how to make a move in the bounded domain. The Yuanying were thinking about how to leave this part of the universe to cause trouble. The perfected cultivators began to discuss the future matters of visiting the Heaven's Choice in Juzian. Meanwhile, the leaders turned their attention to the other 3 heavens. Fortunately, this was a summit and not a spiritual conference. There was no need to perform a speech in front of everyone. However, according to the usual practice, the 3 top forces and the host had to give the opening speech. The arrangement was very thorough. As the host, Jiaolan Tongyang was the first to go on stage. Then, it was 3 pure ones Lai Yazi. His senior brother, the old fox Qing Yangzi, had not returned yet, so he could only take the place. Then, it was Wushang Changjin, the old fox who had been scheming during the encirclement of the foreign species. Finally, the honor of being the leader was given to Shen Yuan. First, it was because of Xuanyuan's role in the Great Battle of Heng River. Second, it was because of Qing Kong's beautiful and ruthless annihilation. Third, it was because there was a newcomer who ascended to the throne of the 3 top forces of the 5 rings. Everyone's speech was very concise and clear. This was also the style of the 5 rings. It was a special temperament cultivated by long-term battles. Finally, it was Lu Xiaoyi's turn. This was the first time for many people to see a half-immortal in real life. In most sects and forces, such a person only existed in the historical records. Under the admiring gazes of nearly 10,000 cultivators, Lu Xiaoyi stood at the highest position of the 5 rings stage. He, who had already experienced countless big scenes, was indifferent and calm. He raised a cup of wine. To the heroes who have died in the battles to protect the 5 rings, the wine splashed into the sky. The 10,000 people below were stunned for a moment. Then, 10,000 cups of wine splashed into the sky. Another cup was filled. To the heroes who may sacrifice themselves for the 5 rings in the future, a cup of wine splashed onto the ground beneath his feet. At the same time, 10,000 cups of wine were also splashed, but no one felt that it was a pity. Finally, another cup was filled. Left and right. Eat well. Drink well. Live well. Finished in one gulp. Chapter 1886. Lu Xiaoyi simply drank 3 cups of wine and managed to condense the 5 rings. No one would think that everyone's blood was boiling, but in the end, they might be taking the blame for the sword range. Among the countless cultivators below, there were those who were close to Shen Yuan, those who weren't, and those who weren't on good terms with him. But at this moment, they all felt that a great change was coming. They needed a true hero to lead the 5th ring. An old perfected cultivator gulped down the cup of wine shakily. He was a little dazed as he muttered softly, "A natural leader. Is it a blessing or a curse to have such a person leading the 5 rings?" Another perfected cultivator beside him was impatient. "Who can predict fortune or disaster? Why are you thinking about that? At least with this person leading, the 5 rings will be a legend in the history of cultivation in the universe." The opening ceremony ended quickly. Everyone went back to their own circles. Lu Xiaoyi naturally had his own circle too. It wasn't his friends, but the true core of this land who were equal to him. All the major events of the 5 rings happened from here. They were the true 5 rings. The 3 pure ones, Supreme, and Shenyuan were the 3 who had veto power. In addition, Sangharama, Chimanduanjia, Wan Jingliu, Planet Darfar, Wei Sword Mountain, and Firmament Sword Sect were the main members. There were also dozens of external members who had changed over time. The current most powerful 5 rings sects, Tai, was among them. These people's circles were the highest in the 5 rings. Their words and actions not only determined the direction of the 5 rings, but also the fate of Eastern Elephant Sky to a certain extent. There were many topics to discuss. The benefits of the 5 rings were no longer on their agenda. The resources of the universe were their goal, and there were many other strategic issues. These people saw things very deeply. Chang Jin was the most senior here, so he presided. "I'm afraid there's nothing to do in Eastern Elephant Sky for the time being. After the 2 cosmic wars, those who should be on our side have started to take sides. Our Daoist lineage has maintained the traditional status of Taoism in the Eastern Elephant Heavens. There are many forces who express goodwill towards us openly and covertly. This is what we have achieved through fighting. No one would be foolish enough to jump out and go against us now. The Buddhist sects would temporarily lay low for a period of time. If we are in the limelight, they won't be able to face us head-on. It was more likely that they were doing something behind the scenes. We have to be extra careful when it comes to colluding with other celestial phenomena," a cultivator asked. "Senior brother Chang Jin, it's even further away than the Henghe realm. Is it possible?" Lai Yazi explained, "It might not be an attack on the realm itself. Our 2 battles have broken the spines of those with bad intentions. They will not use their brains in the Eastern Sky domain, and the gains simply do not make up for the losses. But there must be another direction, a direction that we are not sure of for the time being." Lu Xiaoyi was a little absent-minded. He could see these things more clearly than these young spirits. What direction? The inner and outer scenic skies, the 2 earths and 3 roads, as well as many other wondrous lands in the cultivation world of the universe. Following the progress of the universe's changes, cultivators with insufficient strength began to slowly withdraw from the stage of changing eras. Just like this time, only young spirits could participate in the Henghe realm extermination war. This was a trend. One day, even young spirits would be reduced to spectators. In the future, the level of the competition would only get higher and higher. These half-immortals would become a new force and begin to become active. This was the characteristic of the middle stage of the universe's changes. But he would not say these things in public like this. It was too hurtful to their self-esteem. After working hard for their entire lives, they would not even have the chance to participate in the end. But this was the cruel reality. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the mortal realm was just a bunch of ants. How could they set the tone of the universe's changes? These small fights in the early stages were just the expression of the will of the upper echelons below. It was a war between agents. One day in the future, the real manipulator behind the scenes would step up bare-chested. Even these so-called half-immortals did not have the qualifications to stay on the stage. If they wanted to always be in the midst of it, they must always keep up with the trend of change. In short, one's cultivation realm had to adapt to the changes. When the mortal realm was in chaos, one had to be a perfected lord to be of use. When the inner and outer scenic skies changed, one had to be a half-immortal to be in it. When the era truly changed, one had to be an immortal to be able to show one's existence. If one could not keep up, they would be eliminated. That bastard Qing Xian understood this point. He knew that there was no chance of a great battle in the lower realm, so he hid in the inner scenic skies and began to cram in his cultivation realm. That bastard's eyes were really sharp. Smokey also understood what was going on, so in the eyes of others, this great aunt was somewhat irresponsible. In fact, she knew that it would be difficult for a similar battle to occur in the four-symbol skies, let alone the blue sky 5 rings. Why didn't she leave? Only the pitiful him was left behind. Because he had been wandering around for too long in the past 2,000 years, he had no choice but to cram in his homework here. In fact, everyone wanted to temper his temper. There were many topics to discuss, but Lu Xiaoyi brought a pair of ears. His attitude made many of the old people very satisfied. He did not have the domineering and self-opinionated attitude of a young half-immortal. Instead, he was gentle and refined, polite, and respectful to the elders. But it was also because of this that they were even more afraid. Because this was a wilted dog that did not bark before biting people, but smiled exceptionally brightly. He could not bark because his teeth were too long. He had to smile because his blood was too cold. The Buddhist sect of the Eastern Heaven main world had returned without success because of this person. The top-level Hung River had been reduced to ashes by this person's willpower. The number of sun gods who had died in his hands could not be counted with 2 hands. Now, he made the exterior masters tremble when they heard his name. How could you be relaxed when such a person smiled at you? Legend had it that when another half-immortal ancestor of Shenyuan was at his peak, he was full of vigor. Only then did the 5 rings and the firmament sword sect of the Wei Sword Mountain become a member of the main group. Now, there was another one. He was not full of vigor, but just there with a fake smile, which was even more horrifying. Listen to the nicknames given to him by the people of the 5 rings: sugar-coated whores, little shit stirrer, compared to the big shit stirrer, sword hidden in smile, sun god terminator, blood glutton, and so on. One could see this person's complicated personality. Rain with one hand, clouds with the other. He was unpredictable. Relatively speaking, it seemed that the crow ancestor from 20,000 years ago was only evil in the open. Unlike this one, who said that he was a little ant the moment he opened his mouth. What kind of ant are you? You can even kill a large group of elephants. This summit, on the whole, was very smooth and successful. Everyone got along well, respected and loved each other. Especially at the closing ceremony, the new leader of Shenyuan sang a song for everyone. It was very pleasant to listen to. The goose is just a tiny little ant. It wants to fly, but it can't fly high. The goose is searching for a warm embrace. Is this request too high? Hurry up and fly away. Chapter 1887. Lu Xiaoyi began his boring and monotonous life as a sect master. What are the privileges of being a sect master? Lu Xiaoyi asked after returning to the main hall. In front of him were his 2 so-called confidants, Zhu Fan and Song Rong. They were both powerful essence soul perfected lords and powerful challengers for the next generation of sun gods. Tsong Rong winked. Lots of privileges. For example, you can fight at the front. You can enjoy yourself later. If the sect master breaks all the rules of Shenyuan, he'll be punished even more. You can report your whereabouts at any time and can't disappear for no reason. There will be a small meeting in October and a big meeting in March. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Must I participate? No special leave. The two shook their heads. No. Shenyuan is a 5-ring sect. The sect master can't lower his status. How many servants do I have in my harem? Zhu Fan smirked. No. We don't even have a strong man to pour feces and piss, let alone sleep. Diligence and frugality are the foundation of us swordsmen. As a sect master, you have to take care of everything in the dome. I say, boss, you're always bragging about how you beat up the saintess of Hung River. Why don't you bring a few back? They're your spoils of war, and the sect won't care about you. It's not like now, where you'll be held accountable by the Elder Council if you try to touch a little foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Xiaoyi felt that it was meaningless. If I bring them back, you guys will benefit from it, right? I'm not that stupid. Right, since I have the right to send my subordinates out, can I send myself out? The two shook their heads again. Boss, you can only send others. Including us, including sun gods. But you can't send yourself out. When the sect master goes out, he needs the Elder Council's approval. There are strict rules about where he goes, when he goes, and someone has to go with him. Lu Xiaoyi felt that his life was boring. Every day was filled with all kinds of trivial matters. Fortunately, the primordial spirits below him were still very useful. Ordinary troubles wouldn't be pushed to him, because if you pushed them, the sect master would find you to practice swordsmanship, and then you would be beaten until your head was full of bump. On this point, everyone was very self-aware. There were also happy days, such as when the sect leader taught everyone swordsmanship. As for the Dao realm, this was something that couldn't be taught. One had to comprehend it on their own. But other than that, Lu Xiaoyi still had 2 ultimate moves that no one knew. Kaiden's maneuver and speed space. Just these 2 techniques were enough to make everyone, including the young spirit, submit to him. However, these 2 skills were not easy to learn. Not only did it require talent, but it also required a strong mathematical ability. Lu Xiaoyi's Kaiden maneuver originated from Xingchen Tira. Currently, he was the only one among the higher-ups in Shenyuan who could use this maneuver. Therefore, when others tried to learn from him, they had to be flexible. He was able to Kaiden maneuver one step at a time. His Kaiden maneuver was elegant and unrestrained. Others were simply Kaiden. Different levitation techniques would result in a huge difference in the speed change of the flight. Kaiten Fret was like this, and speed space was even more so. Even though he had explained the basic principles many times, there were still very few people who succeeded. It was really difficult to imitate something that wasn't one's own. This was the difficulty of major cultivation. At their level, they basically comprehended all kinds of techniques by themselves. What they comprehended by themselves was also the most suitable for themselves. What belonged to others was ultimately theirs. The foundation was different, and every aspect was different. How could they possibly cultivate a dimensional space that was the same as their speed in the end? Relatively speaking, most people could grasp the method to enter a stable 36-dimensional space. This was a dead thing, but it was better than nothing. The days passed peacefully just like that. After 2,000 years of business, he cleared his short-term goals for the first time. He was at the dome, absolutely safe, and had countless underlings. He was carefree. To be honest, this kind of living condition was pretty good. It helped him make a deep reflection on his own cultivation. How far was the origin spirit from ascending to immortality? Not considering the node of the change of epochs, there were still 3 more steps. From origin spirit to young spirit was 1 step, from first severance to second severance was another step, and finally from second severance to immortality was another step. According to the history of the cultivation world, this process couldn't be completed without 10,000 years. Even someone as amazing as the Crow ancestor took 6,000 to 7,000 years to complete this process. But looking at the current pace of the universe's changes, there probably wasn't so much time for him to slowly polish it. This was the characteristic of the times. The advantage was that his first and second steps could be pushed forward together. This way, he could also save a lot of time. So a very realistic and tangible goal was to get the Nirvana Tao fragment as soon as possible. Several years had passed since the collapse of the Great Tao, and there was still time. Regarding his own improvement, he had now entered the category of an unprecedented path. Everything had to depend on himself. After 2,000 years of cultivation, he had long since gotten used to this kind of method. This was why he needed to stop from time to reflect on himself and correct himself. Many people put the improvement of their battle prowess on divine arts or powerful tools. They would spend a large amount of time to refine them. He had never done so. Instead, he only focused on the core. After persisting for a long time, it had created his present strength that was completely above others. Just like now, Xuanyuan's scabbard could no longer help him. Those so-called powerful swordsmanship were, in the end, specific applications of different Tao states. The essence could be understood at a glance. So, the key was still the Tao state. Now, he had already seen through the secrets of the 12 Tao states. What he needed to do next was to do forward-looking basic research on the remaining 24 Tao states. Then, he would focus on mixing and using the 12 known Tao states, just like the judgment prophecy technique. The blind old man's strength wasn't enough, but it didn't mean that the judgment prophecy technique wasn't enough. If one day he encountered a judgment prophecy technique, wouldn't he be sentenced to death if he wasn't prepared? The judgment prophecy technique wouldn't be the only result of mixing and combining the 12 Tao states. There would also be many strange directions. If he only used the combination of combinations, he might not be able to calculate how many directions he could get with his limited mathematical knowledge. Mixing 2 together was easy. He had basically tried it. Mixing 3 together was very complicated. If he mixed 4 or 5 together, this seemed to be a task that could never be completed. The Tao was difficult and profound, and that was the joy of cultivation. He liked challenges, especially in this kind of field that was full of the unknown. It was like a child playing with building blocks. You would never know what kind of new thing would appear when you put the next piece on the board. After he started to familiarize himself with the business, the sect leader's life became more relaxed. In theory, there were so many things to do, but it depended on how you did it. Did you do it seriously and meticulously? Or did you do it carelessly and casually? He used the Kaiden maneuver and speed space to seduce these guys. The result was that the primordial spirits below him all had calm faces. They couldn't wait to finish all the things that the sect leader needed to handle in their own hand. A very obvious fact was, if you didn't have any trouble when you handed over the work to the sect leader would smile and give you some pointers, pointing out your shortcomings. If you kept troubling the sect leader, how would he do it? How would he deal with that? Then, he only had one attitude in the practical teaching. Haha, that's good. Work harder. The things that you comprehend yourself are still the best. This grandson. Chapter 1888. Now that Lu Xiaoyi had time, no one dared to bother him. He no longer had to sneak around like before. He could openly enter and exit the 9 palaces realm. Carrying wine, fresh braised goods, and all kinds of delicacies, he would come in to listen to Lord Ju's stories when he had nothing to do. In fact, Aju's stories were not very fresh. In the early days, when it often hung out with the Crow ancestor, its realm was low. When the Crow ancestor's realm rose, it did not play with it much. Therefore, they were all old stories, but Lu Xiaoyi was never annoyed. Even if some stories were told over and over again, he could continue to listen. Then, he would unceremoniously point out the contradictions between Aju's previous versions, expose Aju's shameless self-whitewashing, and argue about some unimportant small details until their faces turned red. Lu Xiaoyi was very relaxed, while Aju was very happy. It liked this child. Back then, in the Linglong Pagoda, your Lord Ju could be considered a top figure. I punched the fat white tiger of the western sky, kicked the evil azure dragon of the eastern domain. Did you see that? My fists were the size of rice bowls, smashing down on their faces. Later, they were all convinced and respectfully called me the Blue Sky Sword Spirit. That prestige, that domineering aura, that scene, hehe. Lu Xiaoyi drank a mouthful of wine and said bluntly, Lord Ju, I'm curious. You have a pair of big fists. Why did others nickname you the Blue Sky Sword Spirit? Shouldn't you be called the Blue Sky Fist Tyrant, the Fist Emperor? Did you slip up? Did the Crow ancestor borrow your identity to fight? You're so old, yet you still have the nerve to boast about yourself. I reckon that you couldn't beat it at all, so you asked the Crow ancestor to stand up for you. Do you dare to say no? Ajiu was a little angry from embarrassment. You little bastard. How dare you look down on me, Lord Ju? If it weren't for the fact that I've been feeling unwell recently, I would have taught you a lesson today and let you know how powerful Lord Ju's fists are. Senior brother has also fought a few times. Yes, it was all when the opponent was weak. I gave him a chance to train. I had to go up against him. He couldn't do it. Ajiu was a spirit treasure that cared about face. This was the root of its illness after interacting with humans for a long time. Too much time had passed, and his memories had become blurry. He had automatically forgotten the unbearable ones and magnified the heroic ones. After 20,000 years, it had naturally become the truth. Therefore, Ajiu was really confident and justified. They tore at each other to go with the wine, and the wine was particularly fragrant. Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat puzzled. Lord Ju, what kind of place is the exquisite upper realm? Why is it that your numinous treasure clan respects that place so much? Was it because of the exquisite pagoda? Or is there something else? Ajiu was very familiar with the Linglong Pagoda, but its so-called familiarity was at a very low level. As an acquired spiritual treasure that was only a true lord, there were many things that it did not know. Li Wuya did not mention it to it either. There was no benefit in knowing too much. It was better for a spiritual treasure like Ajiu to live a mediocre life. It could not afford to be involved in the major events of the universe. Therefore, Ajiu could not explain it. She only knew that it seemed to be very impressive. Yes, senior brother went there a few times after that. He also went there after becoming a true lord. He didn't have any serious business. He just went there to get some money. He created the exquisite sword Dao there and became the sword master himself. Later, it was left unsettled. However, that place is really good. It's like a fairyland. It's worth a visit. Senior brother even spent money there to have fun. Do you think I don't know? Why? Do you want to go and take a look too? Lu Xiaoyi was a little regretful. The big ship mentioned it to me before, but you know that I was watched closely the moment I returned to the Blue Sky sect. I couldn't find the time. It would take a few years to set off from the Blue Sky sect, not to mention from the fifth ring. With my current situation, do you think the elders will agree to let me go out for a few years? Ajiu chuckled. There's no need. With me around, do you still need to spend time? You know about the heavenly eye teleportation, right? We can teleport directly from the big ship. Although I'm not in the heavenly eye system, I'm familiar with the big ship. It's just a matter of time for me to go around in circles. Ajiu's suggestion moved him. His two spiritual treasure friends had suggested that he go to the exquisite upper realm to take a look. There must be a special reason. If he could really understand the inside story of the heavenly eye, it would be beneficial for his future actions. As the level of the competition continued to increase, the frequency of the heavenly eye's appearance would increase. He needed to have a standard for doing things. He could not just rely on his mood. With an idea, he began to make preparations. Inform the elders in advance. That would definitely not work. Thus, he began to linger in the Nine Palaces realm. At first, he went in for 1 or 2 days, but when he came back, he went in for more than 10 days and did not come out. In fact, it was to create the illusion that he was practicing some kind of cultivation method in the Nine Palaces realm. The small meeting of the higher-ups was held every 10 days. In fact, it was not necessary for the real person to be present. It was just a matter of spiritual communication. If there was something, they would talk about it. If there was nothing, they would end the meeting. Lu Xiaoyi's occasional absence was within everyone's expectations. Considering his restless personality and the fact that he was indeed in the mountain gate and practicing cultivation was proper business, the elders turned a blind eye to it. They were used to it. On this day, Lu Xiaoyi faintly revealed his displeasure at the difficulties he encountered in his cultivation after attending the big meeting that was held once every 3 months. It was to prepare himself for the upcoming departure. If he teleported, he could arrive there in an instant. However, he could not guarantee what would happen in the exquisite upper realm. Thus, it was better to arrange the time as long as possible. In any case, he was the leader of a sect. He could not openly defy the sect's rules, right? After the regular meeting, they plunged into the world of 9 palaces. Ajiu was already prepared and did not say much. In a trance, she arrived outside the big ship. In another trance, she had already appeared in an unfamiliar airspace. The first thing he needed to do was to locate his position. Through the many stars, he accurately marked this position. This way, he could directly use the interior heaven transit and did not need to use the heavenly eye to teleport. The exquisite upper realm was a small to medium-sized realm. Its size was smaller than the azure sky realm and was only slightly larger than the northern region. However, just by looking at it from afar, one could feel its abundant spiritual vigor. Among the many realms he had visited, even the top-notch 5th ring Juzian could not compare to it. Thus, it was probably worthy of being called a upper realm. Around the exquisite upper realm, there were many small satellites. Almost all of them were filled with spiritual vigor. Although they were not as good as the main realm, they were still considered top-tier cultivation planets in the universe. However, it was such a treasure land that almost no cultivators would propagate their orthodoxy on it. It was very wasteful. The upper realm's spiritual vigor was stinky, and the roads lacked spiritual bones. This was the true portrayal of the universe's cultivation world. The exquisite upper realm had a very strong grand membrane of heaven and earth. How to get in was a problem. Seeing that there were also cultivators going in and out of the grand membrane, he decided to disturb them and find a way in. He scanned with his divine sense, trying to find a good-looking person who would be easy to talk to. However, all he saw was a flock of orioles flying towards him from afar. How could an upper realm like the exquisite upper realm be ugly? Gorgeous Darfar, graceful and elegant. This was a temperament that could only be possessed by those who were far away from the filth of cultivation. Well, it's good to be pure. Chapter 1889. Lu Xiaoyi had never been a lecherous demon. There were countless beauties in the cultivation world, competing with each other for beauty. With his ability, what kind of woman could he not find? However, in his 2,000 years of cultivation, there were only 2 who were serious, Han Yang and Xia Bingji. The rest of the time, they were just acting. Most of the time, they were solved with money, which was more worry-free. As for his senior sisters, Yang Kang and Yang Dai Kawa, they were just flirtatious. The reason why he was flirtatious was because he knew that they had a firm belief in cultivation and would not fall easily. If he really met someone who took the initiative, he might not be willing to tease them like this. Cultivation was lonely and depressing. When life was too boring, it was necessary to find some fun to adjust one's mood. This was also the way to get along with friends. It was just a game, everyone knew. After the incident with Baihua, he had no experience in this aspect. It was not that he was self-disciplined, but there was a hurdle in his heart that he could not overcome. Now that Hang River was destroyed and he had taken revenge, he could be considered to have done right by this woman who was not suitable for cultivation. When he was relaxed, he had needs. However, who knew that he would be labeled as a sect leader? It was very uncomfortable and completely disrupted his plan of living a carefree life. He could not do this and that, life was no longer fun. Therefore, when he appeared outside the Linglong upper realm, there were a few groups of cultivators coming in and out. Then, should he find a few rough men to ask for directions? Or find a group of beautiful women? The answer was self-evident. He shook his sleeves and put on the most carefree smile he thought he had and greeted them. "Fairies, are you well? I'm sorry to disturb you." Before he finished speaking, one of the more unruly women opened her mouth and said, "Since you know you're disturbing us, why are you still talking?" Lu Xiaoyi was very thick-skinned. How could he be defeated by such a setback? Only by smiling often can one know the depth of the situation. It's easier to advance and retreat with your tongue. "I came from afar and wanted to visit the upper realm, but I don't know the rules here. I can only form a good relationship with you fairies. I heard that the Linglong upper realm is a world within the universe. The people here are sincere defy. I think they won't reject the request of a traveler like me, right?" These Kuan cultivators were all nascent soul cultivators. Their vision and experience were limited, so they couldn't tell the difference between the realms of the people in front of them. Generally speaking, those who dared to travel far outside were all capable people. However, in Linglong's territory, it didn't matter whether you were capable or not. What was important was whether you were graceful, had temperament. Ordinary people could not see Lu Xiaoyi's temperament. It had to be combined with what he had done. This was a dog that didn't bark before biting. If you didn't know his past, then he was just a dog. A face that could be considered handsome among mortals was very ordinary in the cultivation world, especially in the Linglong upper realm, where cultivator's appearance was very important. He did not care about the traces and smells left on his clothes because he had been drinking and eating meat with Ajiu for a long time. However, in the eyes of the Linglong upper realm's cultivators, who were mostly misophobic, it was very sloppy. In fact, cleaning up was very simple. However, if it was a person who did not take this kind of small matter seriously and did not feel it himself, how could it be delayed? In short, his impression was not good, but it was not bad either. After traveling in the void for a long time, it seemed to be excusable for him to be sloppy. It was still that unruly female cultivator. The universe is chaotic, and there is no distinction between friend and foe. Linglong is a hospitable country, but now it is not like before where you can come and go as you please. "Fellow Daoist, please tell us your name and origin." "I, Linglong, do not participate in the struggle of the Eastern Sky universe. Therefore, we stay away from those cultivators of the fiercely fighting domains. In the universe's cultivation world, there were indeed such domains that did not help either side and were permanently neutral. They believed that the changes of the universe were the will of the heavens, and they should just let nature take its course. Why should they fight to the death over it? The universe was vast and full of strange things, so it was not a strange thing. However, such domains were generally weak and located in remote places. Rather than saying that they had a neutral ideology, it was better to say that they were simply powerless in the universe's progress, so they pretended to be ostriches. However, even though they were neutral, they still did not dare to offend those forces involved in the great tide of the universe. Speaking kindly and politely, they sent them off. This was the main theme. It was actually very rare that they would actually refuse individuals from both sides of the war to enter their domain. In the two great wars of the universe, the fifth ring was the main force. According to the attitude of the people of Linglong, they belonged to the category of people who were not welcomed. They were afraid of bringing war chaos into Linglong, which was probably what they meant. Neutral and very temperamental. Lu Xiaoyi was not disgusted by this. Every force had the right to choose their own cultivation method. Some were willing to fight, and some were willing to resign themselves to adversity. It was all a choice. Wandering the universe, heterogeneous orthodoxies, and carefully discussing the origin of one's origin, who could be completely unrelated to the changes of the universe? Even if it's your domain, if you look back carefully, is it really unrelated to the war of the universe? I can only say that I don't have any ulterior motives. I'm just traveling and making friends. If that's the case, can't I still enter? A few Kuan cultivators exchanged opinions, but they were also somewhat hesitant. The Kuan cultivator who spoke fast was indeed deliberately making things difficult for them. The Linglong upper realm would not go so far as to refuse entry just because of one's origin. They were just expressing their attitude. If you have any ulterior motives and want to drag the Linglong upper realm down with you, then don't enter. Another Kuan cultivator, who was very charming and seemed to be the leader of the group, spoke softly. Her voice was sweet and soft. In the Linglong upper realm, if outsiders want to enter, they must be guaranteed by someone from this realm. Only then are they qualified. Then, do you know anyone in the Linglong upper realm? Or can you pull some connections? Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat worried. This was the first time he had heard of this place, and it was his first time coming here. How could he know anyone? Lord Ju? Who would still remember a passerby from 20,000 years ago? I've traveled so far, and I don't know anyone here. If I insist on pulling some connections, would you believe me if I said that I'm related to Lord Linglong? The few fairies were slightly angry. This Daoist spoke without thinking, and it was pure nonsense. We know that the treasure of the Linglong upper realm is the Linglong pagoda. How could you be related to Lord Linglong just because you know a spiritual treasure? Just like knowing a human, you know all humans. However, the leader of the group was good-tempered. Since she had spoken, she would finish what she started. Lord Linglong? Of course, that's not a problem. But the problem is, how can you prove it? If you can't prove it, then you still don't have it. We can't take on extra responsibility for a stranger like you. After all, we're not familiar with each other. Lu Xiaoyi did not expect that someone as handsome as him would be rejected so straightforwardly. It's just entering a realm. Is there a need to guard against thieves? Just as he was in a dilemma, the unruly young lady spoke again. Actually, you have another way. For example, helping us with something? Solving a problem? This way, we'll be familiar with each other and become friends. Of course, there won't be any problems. Chapter 1890. Speaking of redressing people's grievances, this was Lu Xiaoyi's specialty. After living for 2,000 years, this was the only specialty he could take out. As for what kind of help he needed, this group of beautiful fairies would naturally stand on the side of justice. Was there even a need to think about it? Fine, I'm Single Ear, the immortals of the exquisite realm. I'm willing to serve you fairies. Where's the enemy? Wait for this humble Daoist to chop him up and relieve you fairies of your resentment. The outspoken female cultivator covered her mouth and laughed. You don't even know the situation, and you're already thinking of chopping someone up. You people who walk in the void only know how to fight and kill. You should know that in our exquisite realm, this is not the way to go. The leader of the group, Kuan Xiu, frowned. He was slightly dissatisfied that his female companion had revealed everything to a stranger so quickly. This was just someone they met by chance, and they had other important matters to attend to. How could they have the time to guess the origin of this person? The exquisite upper realm seemed to be independent of the general trend of the universe, but this was actually just their wishful thinking. In a chaotic world, who could truly stand out in the world? How could it be a paradise? It was just that the exquisite realm's position was still considered powerful. Most importantly, they had the treasure that shook the realm, the exquisite pagoda. These added together allowed the exquisite upper realm to barely maintain a relatively detached position. There were no major problems, but small troubles were unavoidable. As long as they did not affect the overall situation, they could only be treated as a paradise. There was only one sect in the exquisite upper realm, the exquisite path. It was the only overlord. Such an existence was actually not conducive to the development of a realm's cultivation. It was easy to be complacent and arrogant, and it was easy to cause internal strife. Without external pressure, it was very difficult to form an atmosphere that was full of vigor and vitality. However, the exquisite upper realm did it. Although it did not expand outwards for hundreds of thousands of years, it maintained a very stable internal situation. This was not easy in the cultivation world, and no one knew how they did it. A domain that had sealed itself off from the outside world also had its own unique troubles. A few years ago, an unfamiliar cultivator came to the exquisite upper realm. He liked the people here and decided to stay. He was smart enough not to enter the exquisite upper realm. Instead, he settled down on one of the moons around the exquisite upper realm. This was not a rare occurrence in the exquisite upper realm and its surrounding celestial bodies. There would always be cultivators who would stay here for a period of time, regardless of the reason. However, this person was different from the other cultivators. His cultivation technique was unique, and it should be related to the wood element. Therefore, in less than 2 years, the originally lush and verdant satellite had withered and died. No mortals were harmed, but the violent interference with nature had seriously affected the lives of mortals. When the news reached the Linglong upper realm, a group of powerful cultivators went to negotiate and chase them away. In the end, not only did they fail to chase them away, they were even beaten up rather badly. First, a Yuanian cultivator went, and then a Xinjuan cultivator went. In the end, even a young spirit went, but he still couldn't be driven away. Although no one knew the result of the battle, the fact that he was still there meant something. The attitude of the higher-ups of the exquisite upper realm was very ambiguous. As an explanation, they explained to the cultivators that this person was just passing by and would not leave soon, so there was no need to pay too much attention to him. The agreement with the exquisite upper realm was that they would not go to other moons except for this one. Everyone was smart enough to know that this person was related to the increasingly fierce realm struggle in the eastern heaven. The exquisite upper realm did not want to get involved in this muddy water, so they could only use the loss of one satellite to achieve their goal of making this person leave. In those warlike realms, this kind of thing was completely impossible. If one young god could not deal with them, then a group would go. If the young god was not enough, then the primordial spirit and yin god would make up for it. This was related to the face of a realm, so how could they shrink back? If they did not kill them, it would not be over. However, the exquisite upper realm was a weirdo. They would rather admit defeat and retreat than be hot-blooded for once. It was unknown whether hundreds of thousands of years of ease had really wiped out their iron-blooded heroism, or whether this person was related to some inside story that they did not know. The higher-ups did not want to cause trouble because they knew more, but the cultivators below were different. Even flowers in vases had their own pride. These 7 or 8 Kuan cultivators were a group of people who were dissatisfied with the actions of the higher-up. In the exquisite upper realm, men and women were equal, and the ratio of cultivators was very even. Therefore, Kuan cultivators could really hold up half the sky here. Especially tens of thousands of years ago, a wind of independence of Kuan cultivators began to spread in the exquisite upper realm, causing the Kuan cultivators of the exquisite upper realm to complain incessantly. The Kuan cultivators, who were originally very powerful, began to establish all kinds of organizations to protect their rights and interests. How could they survive? Over the past tens of thousands of years, women's rights and interests flourished in the exquisite upper realm. It was no longer limited to human trafficking, brothels, domestic violence. On this basis, many expanded organizations were developed, such as the Animal Protection Association, the Nature Protection Association, the Species Rescue Organization, and countless other organizations that had nothing better to do and were so-called for a better future of the universe. This group of people belonged to the Nature Protection Association. Not only did they have to protect the exquisite upper realm, but they also had to protect the hundreds of beautiful satellites around it. Therefore, under the inaction of the higher-ups, this kind of collective action was born. In fact, because they did not understand the general trend of the universe, and because they misjudged that no one had died on that satellite in the past few years, they thought that a peaceful demonstration was also a feasible way. The 7 of them, the 7 fairies, were prepared to solve this problem through their own methods. Even if they could not solve it immediately, they could still create psychological pressure on the other party. They had to let him know the attitude of the exquisite upper realm. Therefore, in fact, they were not going to fight. Even a young spirit cultivator couldn't do anything to him, let alone the 7 of them. In fact, they also wanted to find more people to go with them, but things did not go as they wished. For example, the higher-ups did not want to excessively provoke the stranger, so they warned the people below. For example, their organization, which protected nature, had offended the interests of others on many occasions. Their abodes were too large, they occupied too much space, they occupied too much green space, they destroyed forests, and so on. These things were originally normal for cultivators, but in their case, it was a crime. You couldn't be serious with them. In any case, there was no danger to their lives. If they wanted to make a scene, they could do it. Everyone had such thoughts. It was also because of this that the outspoken female cultivator was so desperate to recruit people. The key was not to have one more person, but to have one more breed, a breed of Chen cultivators. Only then could this demonstration show the nature of the entire exquisite upper realm. In the exquisite upper realm, Chen cultivators were very resistant to this method of Kuan cultivators. In a different way, with different groups of people, there would definitely be many Chen cultivators participating. However, this was a women's organization leading the way. For the sake of face, which male cultivator would be willing to come? Wouldn't they be laughed at to death later? Chapter 1891. The female cultivators were secretive because they were afraid of scaring away this foreign cultivator who didn't quite understand the situation. Generally speaking, no foreign cultivator would easily get involved in the local disputes. It wasn't difficult for him to find someone else to lead the way, but it wouldn't be as troublesome as them. Lu Xiaoyi finally understood. In the fifth ring, there were countless organizations like this. There was even a special union for female cultivators in the dome. The leader was his senior sister Yang Dai. She was also the one who could cause trouble for him without worrying about his revenge. One of the reasons why he was dissatisfied with the position of sect leader was that he had to deal with these female cultivators all the time. They were very annoying, but he couldn't get angry. This was the popular cultivation principle now. What he didn't expect was that after avoiding Yang Dai in the dome, he would meet this group of nature's protectors in exquisite. Women were really troublesome. All right, I'll do as you wish. I'll make a trip with you fairies, wave the flags, shout, and beat the drums to cheer. However, I have to say the ugly words first. No matter whether this trip is successful or not, you fairies can't stand me up when I come back. You can't forget about those who contributed just because you were wronged. The straightforward woman smiled. What stand you up for? You're just an old crow at most. All right, there are 7 of us here. Why would we lie to you? Exquisite people are the most trustworthy. We'll definitely do what we promise you. You don't have to worry about this. Both sides hit it off and flew into the distance. Lu Xiaoyi followed behind the group of fairies. He smelled all kinds of body fragrances and looked at all kinds of curves. He was very happy and felt that his youth had returned. This was real cultivation. Fighting and killing all day was really not good. They chatted and chatted as they flew. The female cultivators of Exquisite were very reserved and had the demeanor of a big family, but they wouldn't talk to people casually. However, they could use this person now. In any case, he represented another species of the human race, so they couldn't be too cold to him. In addition, this person was shameless, witty, and had a good attitude. He could take jokes, so they gradually became familiar with him. Lu Xiaoyi began to flatter and boast. I think the exquisite upper realm doesn't live up to its name. It should be renamed the exquisite Kuan realm. There were stubborn bandits outside. Apart from a few fairies, the others were all cowards. They truly made one feel contempt. 100,000 cultivators took off their pants at the same time, but not a single one of them was a man. His vulgar words made the fairies, who were used to hearing serious words, blush. What do you mean by 100,000 cultivators taking off their pants at the same time? But even though it was crude, there was still some logic to it. Although this guest's appearance was somewhat unbearable, he was an understanding person. He knew that they were in a difficult position and that they had no choice but to do so. No matter how naive they were Yuanian cultivators after all. They were people who had stepped into the great Tao and were worthy of being called grand cultivators in the cultivation world. No matter if it was a Zhenjuan or a Yang spirit, they could not make the evil guest give in. What this meant was very clear. And this was only on the surface. In the past few years, there must have been a lot of people who went to chase him away in private. They had the thought that if they succeeded, they would shine brightly. If they failed, they wouldn't lose face. Over the years, there were quite a few of them. Since so many people had failed, the strength of that evil person could be imagined. Therefore, they didn't have the confidence to go together. It was more appropriate to describe it as throwing meat buns at a dog. Maybe they were just sending someone a cultivation furnace. The reason why they still went ahead was actually because they couldn't sheathe their shame. Originally, they thought that once these few weak women stood up, wouldn't there be countless flower protectors following them? When the time came, they would be mighty and form a cultivation aura. Perhaps they would really be able to succeed. But what they didn't expect was that in recent years, their organizations were really too noisy. They lacked methods to protect nature and had offended too many people. Therefore, some people deliberately contacted them and caused trouble, which was why there were no followers. Of course, there was also a higher level of reason. It was because that evil guest had an extraordinary background. There was no need to form a grudge just because of his short stay. No matter what, the Nature Conservation Association had decided to go on this trip alone after all the boastful words they had spoken. In fact, there were many people in the association, but in the end, only the 7 of them dared to stand up resolutely. They were sincerely protecting nature and were willing to protect it with their lives. It didn't matter if they were naive or childish, just this persistence alone made Lu Xiaoyi respect them. Of course, he was also itching to do something because he had been bored recently. Not only could he exercise his muscles and bones, but he could also show off in front of these beauties. Was there a better mission than this? The leading female cultivator was called Liusu. She was beautiful and had a voluptuous figure. When she spoke, she was gentle and soft. Well, there was a unique charm to her. Lu Xiaoyi had been with his senior sister for a long time, so when he came into contact with another type of person, he felt that it was very refreshing. Of course, it was actually because he had been holding it in for hundreds of years. Liusu corrected him, "You can't say that. I, Linglong, also have a lot of generous and tragic people. It's just that they keep a low profile and don't make a big fuss like us. Seriously speaking, our behavior is a bit of a claptrap." Lu Xiaoyi kept patting. He wished he could not only use his mouth, but also his hand. "Even if there are thousands of people, I will still go. This is temperament. I see this temperament in you fairies, but I don't see it in others. Those who stand and pee are better than those who squat. I am ashamed of them. They are so fat. Even I, a passerby, can't help but be infected by your temperament. I would rather not enter Linglong, but I must go with you fairies. At that time, I can also leave a mark in the history of Linglong's cultivation. As a passerby, I am moved by Linglong's fairies. I am willing to hold up half the sky for you." The fairies were a little touched, but there was something amiss. This fellow seemed to have some other motives in his impassioned speech. Combined with the fact that during the flight, they felt that the sun was shining on their skirts, and the heat was scorching. Forget it, it was understandable that someone who had been floating in the void of the universe for a long time was a little unbearable. The speed of nascent soul cultivators was very slow, especially for a half-immortal like Lu Xiaoyi who was known for his speed. However, he didn't really care. With a beauty accompanying him, he could flirt with her. It was a pleasure in life. Unfortunately, his time might not be enough for him to continue like this. More than 10 days later, an extremely beautiful satellite appeared in front of them. Liusu introduced it. Planet Stack Jade, one of the 99 satellites of Linglong. It is famous for its abundant spiritual energy and lush plant. The forest coverage is as high as 90%, and the population is sparse. That evil man must have cultivated the wood element. I don't know what kind of vicious method he used, but nearly half of the forests on Planet Stack Jade withered in just a few years. If we leave it alone, it won't be long before this place becomes a desolate planet. This is the reason why we must come here. Later, we will act on our own. You just need to follow us. Chapter 1892. Lu Xiaoyi was used as a stake. No wonder others were blind. It was not difficult for a half-immortal to hide his cultivation level in front of the inexperienced Yuanying. The pretentious trilogy, keeping a low profile, being looked down upon, turning around and slapping the face. This was the order of things. Any wrong step would affect the pleasure. Just like constipation, one had to hold it in for a few days. The large and small intestines would swell uncomfortably and burn with pain, but it would not flow smoothly. Even then, one did not dare to eat until one day, it would suddenly leak out. That kind of sourness was indescribable. 10 men had 9 moles, 10 soldiers had 9 outfits. Looking at star-stack jade in front of him, Lu Xiaoyi could not help but feel sorry for this satellite. It was like a person who had his head shaved. Half of the spherical satellite was green, and the other half was yellow. Only from the other half was still green, it could be seen how exuberant the wood element spiritual vigor of this satellite was. The impact was huge, but it was not impossible to repair in the cultivation world. Spending 100 years to recuperate, even if it could not completely restore the original state, it could probably make the forest reappear. After that, it would be a matter of growth. But the premise was that he could not drain the pond to catch all the fish. Otherwise, when all the greenery in the stacked jadeite was gone, the recovery time would be extremely long. This was an excessive overdraft of the wood element energy of the star. The Linglong woman was right. The possibility of this outsider practicing divine arts here was very high. This was a bit against the rules. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would choose a place where no one would go to practice, especially to avoid strange cultivation forces appearing around them. It would be easy to be disturbed. What was this cultivator thinking? This person was on star-stack jade. He did not hide his tracks, nor did he hide his breath. As soon as he touched this breath, although he did not see the person, Lu Xiaoyi had already roughly understood what was going on. This was the breath of a half-immortal, unscrupulous. No wonder the Linglong sun god could not drive him away. No wonder the higher-ups of Linglong did not want to offend him. Because he might represent a circle behind him, the circle of the inner and outer realm. When the nirvana collapsed, the half-immortal monster came down to the mortal world. The mortal world immediately felt the pressure from them. Liu Su and the other 7 people were very cautious. They were probably used to this line of work, so they knew how to behave. Especially for such a powerful cultivator, they could not use force. It was just a kind of petition, an expression. They were very experienced in this. In fact, they didn't even enter the atmosphere. Instead, they lined up in a row outside the atmosphere, each of them taking out a magical item and unleashing it in midair. However, it wasn't an attack, but rather an enormous demonstration board. It was a sound and light effect, and spiritual power transmission. Yes, it's just like the slogan in the mortal world. Everyone has a responsibility to protect nature, harmonize the universe, love our home. With flashes of light, sound waves, and spiritual energy fluctuations, the effects were obvious. The 7 fairies each had their own division of labor. They were very proficient in this set of movements. It was obvious that they were experienced. Only Lu Xiaoyi hid at the back, hiding his head and tail. The straightforward female cultivator was called Yellow Oriole. Fellow Daoist Dan, why are you hiding in the back? What was so shameful about it? She wasn't even a bride or a little wife. All of us are standing in the open, but you can't wait to hide in someone else's skirt. Let me tell you, the reason I called you here is so that you can show your face and represent the Ganxiu camp. If you run away before the battle, don't blame us for not talking about the previous conditions. Lu Xiaoyi was helpless. He could only go to the front desk and stand together with the 7 fairies. What? I'm just ashamed of my inferiority and my image is average. I don't want to stand side by side with divine immortals. Liu Su said gently, can you take off your hood? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It wasn't that he didn't dare to show his face, but he thought of a possibility, so he covered it up a little. Otherwise, if his identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to pretend anymore. This was the strange scene in the void outside the chi layer. Mortals couldn't see it, but cultivators could see it clearly. Taoist Lin Sen was annoyed. He had the urge to wave his hand and swat away these flies. Too annoying. But in a flash, he suppressed the anxiety in his heart and just treated it as a few mosquitoes buzzing in his ears. He came from the exterior realm and participated in the conflict outside Henghe region against the interior realm. He successfully drove out an interior realm demon. It was a great achievement, but he couldn't say it out loud. He came from the 5 elements, but he walked on one of the difficult paths, the greenwood spiritual body. It was also because of this that he was not recognized by the interior realm and was classified as an exterior realm demon. This made him very angry. The greenwood spiritual body was the fusion of the 5 elements and the creation Tao. It was a righteous orthodoxy. Except for the fact that his whole body was a little strange, it was another thing. In the battle against the interior genius, he and another exterior expert had fought together. In the end, his companion had died in the battle. At the last moment, he had used the secret art of wood spirit and succeeded in driving away the interior genius. However, his own wood spirit had also suffered a great deal of damage. He felt a little regretful. In fact, he had the chance to kill the interior realm prodigy, but he had given up on the idea. He was afraid that his wood spirit body would suffer irreversible damage during the final outburst. Therefore, it was very important to find a suitable place to recover after the internal and external battle. There was no time to search in the void of the universe, so he could only go to a place he was familiar with. In his memory, there was a place like this in another universe. It was full of spiritual vigor, lush vegetation, and a small population. Most importantly, there were no cultivation forces on it. This was perfect for him. Although it was separated by a star desert, it was meaningless for him to descend from the exterior realm. He also knew that there was a powerful Linglong upper realm here, but he was not going to enter this realm. He was just looking for a place with abundant wood spiritual body among the hundreds of satellites outside. Next was the normal expulsion warning. This was normal for an overlord of the sky territory. After all, he was trying to repair his wood spiritual body, so he did make a big fuss. However, he had his own bottom line. He did not hurt a mortal, nor did he hurt a cultivator who came to provoke him. From the Yuanying to the perfected monarch, until the sun spirit. To him, he strictly followed the unspoken rules of the universe's cultivation world. He was just borrowing a treasure land, not occupying it. What else did he want? However, this cultivator from the exquisite realm was a little slow and seemed to have no end to it. If one failed, another came. The more it was like this, the more it delayed his recovery. If no one had come in the first place, perhaps he would have already recovered and left. But now, it was still so far away. Taoist Lin Sen was weighing the pros and cons. Was he too gentle that these people from the Linglong upper realm were a little insensible? Once he had such a thought, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Especially when he saw this group of so-called fairies demonstrating their power, he became even angrier. In the Chonghua realm, where he was born, there was a similar trend in the last few thousand years. It was very annoying. He did not know where this trend came from. They did not do anything serious and did not care about cultivation. They only knew how to do these things. The most annoying thing about these women was that they made it impossible for you to do anything to them. He knew that he had not reached the point where he did not recognize his own family. Well, he could not teach these annoying environmental protectors a lesson. There was another one who was hiding and trying to gain popularity. Chapter 1893. Taoist Lin Sen had an idea. It was not good to provoke these protectors of the natural environment, but it should be fine to use them as an example, right? Following behind the 7 female cultivators, he could guess that they were up to no good. How could it be for nature? It was simply for spontaneous combustion. The strength of these so-called environmental protectors was not worth mentioning. What was powerful was their ability to coax and pester. If they continued to protest like this for months or years, how could they repair themselves? He had made up his mind. He would use this wretched guy who was hiding his head and hiding his tail. He was wearing a hood. Did he wear it in the wrong place? When a half-immortal was yuaniing, it was just a matter of raising his hand, blowing on it, and chanting a spell. As long as no one died, the more miserable the better. His perception was very sharp. Because he was in the wood spirit environment, he was very sensitive to the aura around him. He knew that there were two exquisite young spirits in the distance, probably to protect the safety of these reckless fairies, or to wait for him to hurt them so that they could have a chance to attack him in a group. This was a game, and he had to understand the rules. It was precisely because he was cautious that the exquisite group of young spirit cultivators could not move together. Well, it was this guy. How to hurt him more earth-shattering without damaging his foundation was what he had to consider. His divine sense covered him, and his mind turned. He had already made up his mind. The next moment, he was about to raise his hand and use it. However, an inexplicable feeling suddenly rushed into his heart. This was a whim, and it was definitely not without reason. What was going on? Lin Sen shook his head and soon set his sights on the wretched guy. Earlier, he had only scanned the place briefly with his consciousness and subconsciously concluded that everyone was a nascent soul stage cultivator. But now that he focused, he immediately discovered the difference. This wretched guy was not yuaniing. He seemed to be a supreme. He still wanted to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger here. No, it wasn't an ordinary true monarch either. Instead, it was someone like him. A layer of white sweat seeped from his forehead. Half-immortal cultivators were very sensitive to each other. No matter how he hid, as long as the other party was focused, he could not escape their perception. Not only was he sure, but he even knew the name and origin of this person. Wasn't that right? This universe was where this guy's roots were, but the two territories were at the two ends of this universe. Why is this bastard here? In the confrontation between the inner and outer Stoneskins, this guy had won 4 consecutive battles. His opponents were the most outstanding geniuses of the exterior, but only a few of them had survived. While he was still in shock and hesitating, Lu Xiaoyi's divine sense had already penetrated through. Don't speak. Don't acknowledge me. I've worked so hard to come here. Don't even think about leaving until you've completed the entire set. Lin Sen was speechless. Killing someone is just a matter of time. What else do you want, fellow Daoist? I was just looking for a place to recuperate. I didn't hurt anyone. If you don't like it, I'll leave. Can't we just not be active in this universe? If you want to use force, you need to look at who you're dealing with. Ling Long could do it because they were neutral and had scruples. They didn't want to cause trouble. Moreover, there hadn't been any news of a half-celestial appearing. But Qing Kong was different. He was equivalent to a 5-ringed soul master. There were 2 dumb insects, Shen Yuan and 3 pure ones, who were also the instigators of this universe war. They were born to be warmongers, and they stirred up trouble for no reason. They were aggressive, cruel, and bloodthirsty. This kind of realm could not be provoked, unless one did not want to live anymore. What was even more frightening was that there were also 2 leading figures in the inner Stoneskins. The last battle had tested their quality. They were genuine and honest. Therefore, Lin Sen took the initiative to show weakness. This had nothing to do with his Taoist heart. As a cultivator, how could he cultivate if he didn't know when to advance and when to retreat? Lu Xiaoyi was still nagging. You can't leave. If you leave, who will continue this show? You have to fly into a rage and become irritable. Not only will you harm the fairies, but you'll also take them as cultivation furnaces. Then, I'll appear at the critical moment. There's a lot of twists and turns in this. I think you can understand it after thousands of years of cultivation, right? Lin Sen finally understood what was going on. This was to cooperate to put on a show. He would be the tyrant and the other would be the hero and scholar. Then, the purpose was actually not difficult to figure out. What the F***ck is going on? If you want to find a woman, what kind of woman can't you find? If you want to make a friend, you can follow him back to Chonghua and casually help him get 180 women, and they'll all be willing. This perverted person's preferences were indeed perverted. He probably liked the process, not the result. Lu Jun, can we make a deal? I don't have any objections if you want to play the hero, but you can't make me look too bad, right? You can't pick all the tyrants and perverts, right? Moreover, I've never taken in cultivation furnaces. This is my principle. Whether it's real or fake, in name or just for show, I won't do it. Lu Xiaoyi threatened. You take in, I'll refine. Is this not enough? Lin Sen hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head with difficulty. No. I've never done such a thing in my 2,000 years of cultivation. If you refine the cultivation furnaces, I'm also an accomplice. If Lu Jun insists, then why don't we have a real fight? I'll risk my life to accompany you. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This stupid brain. You go through the wedding ceremony, I'll enter the bridal chamber, and the child will belong to you. Such a good thing, but someone actually rejected it. Actually, it was a joke. He wasn't that impatient. It was just that he couldn't make up his mind when dealing with this person. Should he kill or let him go? Should he drive him away or keep him? There had to be a basis. Now, he understood. This person was not bad, so there was no need to kill him. Okay, I'll remember you. However, you won't object to me, Qing Kong, speaking in this universe, right? Lin Sen curled his lips. Whoever had the bigger fist had the right to speak. Lu Jun is right. However, I left a hidden danger in Little Milky Way, and I urgently need an environment rich in wood spirits. Because I'm quite familiar with this place, I came here. Due to the urgency of the matter, I really didn't have time to visit Qing Kong. It's my fault. If Lu Jun has any punishment, just say it. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hold back. You definitely can't stay on Planet Stack Jade. Planet Stack Jade has 90% forest coverage, but now you've reduced it to less than 60%. If this continues, it'll be harmful to the planet. You're an expert in wood spirits, so I don't need to teach you this. How about this? Just cooperate. The fairies have come all the way here, so it's not good to disappoint them. Just take it as an act of righteousness and take the initiative to leave. As for what to do, you can decide for yourself. Only then did Lin Sen's heart fall back into his stomach. It wasn't that he felt inferior. With his strength, even if he was at his peak, 2 or 3 people like him wouldn't be a match for him. Now that his injuries had worsened, it was needless to say. The current him wasn't thinking about how to recover from his injuries, but how to stay alive in the hands of this cruel swordsman. He had come to his territory and destroyed Jupiter. Even if he really killed him, it was karma. Looking at the current situation, he was already very lucky to just leave. Chapter 1894. Although Liusu and the others were holding up the slogans, they were actually very nervous. The most dangerous thing was the first few days. If the invader became impatient, they might really suffer a lot. Just like what the one-eared man said, they would be used as cultivation furnaces. If they could survive the first few days, it meant that this person would not use force. Instead, he would turn a deaf ear to their coaxing and pestering. At this time, their safety was no longer a problem. The next thing was how to continue to communicate with him on the basis of reason and evidence. They were very experienced in this, so they were fully alert, fearing that this person would vent his anger on them. Among the few of them, only the single-eared one was looking around carelessly. Huang Li reminded him, "Be serious. This is a demonstration." Lu Xiaoyi kept a straight face and still did not understand. Fairies, I think that a demonstration is different from a battle. The most important thing is to attract the attention of the people and form public opinion pressure. Only then can we finally force him to compromise. But now we are in the void outside the gas layer. Except for ourselves, there is no audience. So, what is the point of such a demonstration? As long as the other party is a little thick-skinned, he will turn a deaf ear to it and turn a blind eye. Liusu coughed softly. They were companions now, so she still needed to explain. Fellow cultivator Dan, you may not know, but in fact, a demonstration also needs to be done step by step. We can't be hysterical at the beginning. It is easy to stimulate the target, and in the end, everyone can't control their emotions. Then it will be irreversible, and it will also lose the meaning of our peaceful persuasion. We first set up a battle array outside the gas layer and observe the other party's movement. After a period of time without any results, we will send people in to communicate with him. If it still doesn't work, we will enter the gas layer again. This will incite the mortals to unite against a common enemy and form the public opinion pressure you mentioned. However, mortals are short-sighted. They are more focused on their own lives and lack foresight when it comes to the destruction of the astral forest. As long as their home isn't destroyed, other places don't matter. It's very difficult to mobilize all the residents to participate. Based on our experience, even if 10% of the mortals can participate, it will be a great success. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. These women were very cunning. They knew that they had to take one step at a time. Fairies, you are right. This penniless priest has learned something. The lifespan of mortals was limited. Of course, they wouldn't be able to see so far ahead. After I die, I don't care what happens. Therefore, guidance was needed. One must pay attention to the method. It's the same in the domain I'm in. All the associations are using the most bizarre methods to attract the attention of others. Whether it was really for the sake of nature, or for the sake of sensationalism, blindly joining in the fun, or fishing in troubled waters, was there a need to distinguish so clearly? It's fine as long as people come. It's fine as long as there are a lot of them. Who can screen them one by one? The fairies nodded their heads. They didn't expect this one-eared man to be so knowledgeable. That's right, if you expect every mortal to understand this principle before coming out, how many will actually participate? In fact, it was all about coercion, hunting for novelty, and gathering numbers to build momentum. As long as there were enough people, even if there was no reason, it would become reasonable. Huang Li was very curious. Hey, what kind of strange methods do the associations of your domain use? Lu Xiaoyi stammered. Well, it's hard to say. Another fairy pretended to be angry and said, it's not like it's a divine art or secret technique. Why are you keeping it a secret? Are you purposely baiting our appetite to increase the bargaining chip? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head repeatedly. No. Actually, it's not that I can't say it. It's just that it's a little strange. If I tell you, you can't blame me. Huang Li said domineeringly. Hurry up and tell us. Nature is supreme. We won't blame you. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Actually, it's very simple. If you want to do something strange, you just have to run naked. If it's me, the effect will be worse. If it's the fairies, then the effect will be great. Someone raised her hand to hit him, but since he had said it first, he couldn't go back on his word. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, this dog's words weren't wrong. In the Linglong upper realm, some of the more extreme associations had already started using this method. It was just that they weren't so extreme, just wearing fewer clothes. But looking at the trend, it might reach that step one day. With such conflicting feelings, the women were on guard against the changes coming from Planet Stack Jade. Before they came, they had weighed the pros and cons. According to their past experience, the chances of getting through safely were very high. But what they feared would happen. Less than a moment after they put up the Void banner, there was a commotion coming from Planet Stack Jade. That was pressure. The pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Even they had never experienced such pressure from their sun god elders. It made them feel suffocated and hesitant, as if their bodies didn't belong to them. Only when they were in such a situation did they understand why the higher-ups of Linglong were so tolerant of this person. In terms of strength, Linglong was probably unstoppable. And in terms of background, they were even more powerless. But they were just a group of peaceful protesters. Was there a need to use such methods to deal with them? Or was it really like what the one-eared person said, that they were terrible because of their own sex? Space seemed to freeze. A big tree grew from Planet Stack Jade, growing taller and taller. 1,000 feet, several thousand feet, piercing through the clouds and then the atmosphere. The big tree poked its head out of the void. Its face was wrinkled and ugly, and it had countless branches that looked like arms. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking ferocious. It said in a voice that sounded like the bottom of a pot, "Who is disturbing me again?" There is no end to it. If you make Grandpa Tree angry, I will turn you all into fertilizer. Under such pressure, the fairies could barely think. A huge sense of fear enveloped them. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid of death. In such a moment of life and death, they would be deceiving themselves and others. But they were different after all. Among the hundreds of members of the Linglong Protection Association, only the 7 of them dared to come here. It showed that they were not here to play to the gallery, but because they really believed in protecting nature. Liusu was a little inarticulate, but she was still stubborn. Senior, please don't be angry. We came here with no malice, but everyone is responsible for protecting nature. Senior is a master who has achieved the Tao, so you should know the meaning of this. Senior, please let go of Planet Stack Jade, find another place, and give this place a chance to rest. The old tree's face became more and more ferocious. What if I don't want to? There are tens of thousands of cultivators in Linglong. What can they do to me? Liusu insisted, then we will stay here with you until you change your mind. Let the aliens comment on the right and wrong. The old tree's face was scrunched up as if he had a toothache. Everything has a price. I can go, but are you 7 women willing to pay the price? Chapter 1895. Price. What kind of price was that? It could be life, or it could be something else. Because they had been led into a ditch by that one-eared man, the 7 female cultivators naturally thought that this was the price of being left behind as cultivation furnaces. This person was obviously absorbing wood spirits, so it was not impossible for him to absorb other things. Huang Li was straightforward. For the future of Planet Stack Jade, we are willing to become seniors cultivation furnaces. These words sounded unbelievable, but people with faith could do things that were so unbelievable. They thought it was worth it. In order to awaken more people. Of course, they also had their own thoughts. If 7 delicate women like them were to be taken in by this evil person, they did not believe that the big shots like Linglong would be able to sit still. As long as they attacked as a group, ants could bite an elephant to death. What could not be done? The key was to arouse the fighting spirit of the Linglong people. Therefore, even if they agreed, they might not really become cultivation furnaces. This was called throwing a brick to attract jade, using the trick of injuring oneself to attract the attention of the Linglong people. This was a last resort, but they had no choice in the face of danger. In front of this evil person, they had no ability to resist, so what else could they do? Lin Sen cursed in his heart. The 8 of them were all thinking about those shameless things. What they wanted to do was shameless, but they acted shamelessly in front of others. They wanted him to be the bridge between them. Could it be that he was the one who forced them to do those shameless things? Was there anything more shameless than this in the world? He could only end it quickly. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? His reputation would be ruined here. Therefore, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Countless branches rubbed against each other, as if a group of ghosts were born. Good, good, good. I would rather die for a righteous cause than to protect nature. Even I am moved by you. Fine, for your sake, I will give up this place. There are countless stars in the universe, where can't I settle down? They were all acting, but they just wanted to show that they were moved by protecting nature for the fairies. The idea was good, but the operation was slightly immature and inexperienced. Happiness came too suddenly, and this caught the fairies off guard. Lin Sen made up his mind quickly and left even faster. He was really afraid that this ferocious person would suddenly go back on his words. After all, this person's temperament was too fickle. He did not understand him at all. If he did not leave now that he had opened his mouth, would he stay here and wait for him to change his mind? Huang Li stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. His leaving just like that. He didn't kill us. You didn't even take us as your cultivation furnaces. Over the years, countless Linglong cultivators had come to challenge him, but all of them had returned in defeat. How could a few Yuanying solve the problem so easily? No matter how childish they were, they still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find the root of the problem. It seemed unlikely that it was to protect nature. It was even more impossible that it was because they were women. Of course, the number of people was also a joke. What else was there? But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of this vulgar passerby. It wasn't just because of his aura, but also because he didn't have the demeanor of a great cultivator at all. Looking at the wood spirit tree, it was obvious that it had an extraordinary origin and made one feel deep respect for it. Lu Xiaoyi was also very gloomy. He didn't pretend to be Kai, and his performance was barely satisfactory. He didn't know if the words of the Women's Association counted. Fairies, congratulations on your success. Even such a ferocious person was attracted by you. You can see how charming you are. This poor Daoist is fortunate enough to follow you. So, why don't we go back now? I'm still waiting to enter the Linglong realm. The fairies didn't intend to move, and could only look at him with smiles. Lu Xiaoyi was a little annoyed. Fairies, you're as beautiful as fairies. Are you going to go back on your words? Liu Su explained, fellow Daoist Dan, this matter isn't over yet. Who knows if that person really left? Or did he go out for a stroll and make fun of us? So we need to wait here for a while to determine whether it's true or not. Also, our Nature Conservation Association isn't someone who just talks and doesn't do anything. Even if that person really left, the loss of wood spirits here is real. We might have to use some cultivation methods to repair it. We promised to send you into the Linglong realm, but we didn't say when. Also, fellow Daoist's behavior is really a little. Why don't we stay here for a while, and then we'll send you into the Linglong realm? Lu Xiaoyi was very depressed, but he wasn't really annoyed, because he could guess the fairies' true intentions. Happiness came too suddenly, and it could be a sugar-coated bullet. Thinking about it carefully, there were only a few suspicious aspects, including him. In this kind of situation, who would dare to bring him into the Linglong realm without knowing his background? These fairies were Yuanying realm cultivators after all, and at the very least, they had intuition. So, in fact, he played himself. There were countless ways for him to show his face, even the most ridiculous way to fake a fight with Lin Senator, but he just had to choose the worst way. It was still the same old problem, the trouble caused by his belly button. The female cultivators looked at him, wondering how he would react in this kind of situation. Would he do something desperate? Reveal his true colors? But what they didn't expect was that this guy, who had been flirting along the way, didn't change at all. He was still smiling, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Two auras were slowly approaching. Lu Xiaoyi already knew, but he didn't make a sound. Only when they were close enough did the 7 female cultivators feel it. In surprise, Huang Li laughed loudly. I knew it, the Dao sect wouldn't abandon us. They wouldn't just watch us face danger alone. It's just that they're not in the open, but in the dark. Look, it's Grandmaster Chu of the Heavenly Law Dao, and Grandmaster Mo of the 5 Elements Dao. They somewhat understood that the reason why the fierce person retreated was probably because he had already sensed the arrival of the 2 Grandmasters, and knew that he was no match for them, so he used them as an excuse to get out of the situation. These 2 people were not ordinary young spirits, but Daoist Master Young Spirit. The Heavenly Imperial Exquisite Dao had 9 Daos, Heavenly Law Dao, Carefree Dao, 3 Lives Dao, 5 Elements Dao, Yin-Yang Dao, Azura Dao, Life and Death Dao, Self Dao, and Sword Dao. Each Dao Master was basically the strongest young spirit cultivator, and there were 2 of them. This was the reason, but they didn't think too much about it. If it was really that simple, wouldn't the Heavenly Imperial Exquisite Dao have solved it long ago? Why couldn't it be solved after a few years? If one's realm wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to find the truth. But if that was the case, wouldn't they have wronged this passerby? Forget it, let's just treat it as the price for flirting along the way. Did he think they couldn't tell that he was intentionally flirting? The 2 Dao Masters slowly approached, and Dao Master Chu of the Heavenly Law Dao opened his mouth to scold. Nonsense. It's fine if you do that in the world domain, we also treat it as a joke. Now that you've brought it into the void of the universe, are you tired of living? Acting on your own, ignoring the rules of the Dao, and treating a private group mission as more important than the rules of the Dao, you should be punished. All 7 of you, Go down to planet Stack Jade. Didn't you want to sacrifice yourself for nature? You're not allowed to leave planet Stack Jade for 10 years. That's the price for not knowing how important it is. Chapter 1896. The 7 fairies did not dare to doubt it. Seeing that the 2 grandmasters were really angry and were not joking, they could only obediently land on the folded jade star. Only Liusu looked at the passerby guest and wanted to say something, but she was glared at by Daoist Chu, so she could not say anything. The fairies left gracefully, leaving only 3 people. Daoist Chu and Daoist Mo bowed. Envoy Lu's arrival is Exquisite World's great fortune. If you need us 2 old fellows, just tell us. Don't joke around with us juniors. Lu Xiaoyi touched his nose. You all know me. Daoist Mo smiled. The famous half-immortal Lu. Swordsman Juzi. The terminator of the First Universe War. The initiator of the Second Universe War. Envoy Lu's life has already spread throughout the eastern sky. It also includes your appearance. It's impossible to keep a low profile like before, unless you cover your figure from the beginning to the end. Lu Xiaoyi knew that he had been seen through. He was not here to be a thief, and he did not want to hide. His reputation was not fun anymore. I came here to pay my respects to Exquisite World. It's purely a private matter that has nothing to do with the universe's hegemony. It's not good to force my way through the Great Membrane. On a whim, I want to find someone to bring me into the domain. Seniors, please don't blame me for being impulsive. Daoist Chu nodded slightly. Shenyuan's sword Vane Juzi wants to enter Exquisite World. He doesn't need anyone to lead him. You'll know when you walk through it later. Exquisite World is completely open to Shenyuan. Envoy Lu should know that your sect's crow ancestor was once the master of Sword Dao in Exquisite World. Since then, no one has held the position of the master of Sword Dao. The empty position is a sign of respect. Lu Xiaoyi was very embarrassed. This matter had wasted more than 10 days. This was very important to him, who was already tight on time. As the sect master, these secrets of the sect were completely open to him. However, there were too many similar things. How could he have seen everything in detail? Daoist Mo cupped his hands. The 2 of us are here to congratulate Envoy Lu for taking control of Xuanyuan's helm. It's rare to see such a young leader. Does Envoy Lu want to enter openly? Or did you sneak in? If he entered openly, he would enter as the sect leader of Shenyuan. The welcoming ceremony was unavoidable. Considering Xuanyuan's current prestige and Lu Xiaoyi's personal achievements, it would probably be exceptionally grand. It was easy to sneak in. They just had to sneak in quietly. No guns were needed. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Let's not make such a big fuss. It's good for everyone. I'm just here to meet Lord Linglong and ask him about some personal matters. The 2 Daoist masters extended their hands respectfully to invite him in. Along the way, Daoist Chu was still explaining things to them. The situation in the Nimble Upper Realm is a bit special. Lord Linglong was a supreme existence in this place. Therefore, when Lord Lu goes to see Lord Linglong, we can only bring her in. As for whether we can see her or not, no one can guarantee. Not to mention you, even old Mo and I have only seen the incarnation of Lord Linglong once in our lives when we became young spirit. So, if you have any questions about the main world, us Daoist masters, including Haiyan, are willing to answer your questions. It's just that we might not know much. Lu Xiaoyi nodded to express his understanding. Of course, he knew about the situation in the Nimble Upper Realm. It looked like a human orthodoxy, but it was very likely to be a spiritual treasure orthodoxy controlled by an innate spiritual treasure. It was just that the inheritance was passed down to humans. It was recorded in the Shenyuan classics that Linglong was called the Upper Realm in vain. In fact, there had never been a half-immortal in the Upper Realm, let alone an immortal. Judging Lord Linglong's origin from this was very interesting. The 2 young spirits were very fast. It could be said that they had already displayed their maximum speed. They didn't have the chance to fight the half-immortal monster face to face, so they could only use this method to judge the difference in their strength. This was also the normal mentality of cultivators. Outstanding people were never willing to admit defeat. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they sped up, the monster from Shenyuan's sect was able to keep up with them. He was able to do so with ease. The two old young spirits couldn't help but feel discouraged. Why bother competing with the swordsman in speed? After arriving at the nimble upper realm, the two didn't talk much and didn't give Lu Xiaoyi any special privileges. They just went in by themselves. Lu Xiaoyi followed closely behind and also passed through without any hindrance. He knew that they were right. In fact, the nimble upper realm and Xuanyuan's sword vein were very closely related. What he did just now was like taking off his pants to fart. It was unnecessary. As soon as he entered the realm, his field of vision widened. Even his mood was affected by the beautiful scenery in front of him, becoming better and better. If Jinxiu Heaven and Earth was the most beautiful mortal realm he had ever seen, then the nimble upper realm was the cultivation realm with the most divine aura he had ever seen. In this regard, all the realms he had been to, including the fifth ring Juzian, couldn't be compared at all. Blue sky, white clouds, green grass, green mountains, and a group of majestic palaces on top of the mountains. White clouds lingered around and celestial birds chirped. It was like a huge painting of mountains and rivers. There was only one continent in the nimble upper realm. Its area was similar to the north region. The only difference was that it was like spring all year round. The scenery was pleasant. There were no barren mountains, unruly rivers, snowy mountains, or swamps. It was a livable continent. The nimble upper realm was a blessed land. The concentration of nimble upper realm was as thick as liquid. The ordinary people here were no strangers to cultivation. It could be said that thanks to the nimble upper realm's unique conditions, it was simply a holy land for all cultivators. He didn't have much time to appreciate such beauty. He was in a hurry. Previously, he was in a hurry for various purposes. Now, he was in a hurry to avoid the nagging of those old men and elders. Under the guidance of the two Dao Lords, Lu Xiaoyi landed at the peak of Mount Kang. In front of the main hall of Mount Kang, a green-robed Daoist stood solemnly. Even from afar, Lu Xiaoyi could feel the will of time from this person. It was as if he was in a place where the river of time flowed and the void of the universe changed, but he remained unmoved. It was a very profound feeling. This was the first time he felt the unfathomable young spirit of the human Dao realm since he became a half-immortal. The most direct feeling he had was that if he were to fight this person, he probably wouldn't be able to beat him. Daoist Chu and Daoist Mo clearly respected this person. Although they were both young spirits, they saluted him as a junior. After that, they quietly retreated. Only the two of them were left in front of the main hall of Mount Kang. Lu Xiaoyi took a step forward and saluted. Junior Lu Xiaoyi greets Senior Daoist high and looked at him quietly. After a long time, he nodded slightly. 20,000 years ago, a mere foundation establishment swordsman came here, full of lies and nonsense. Now, it's your turn. I just don't know how much truth you can tell me. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. He already had a guess. I'm a pure person. I never lie to my elders. I'll tell you the truth. Daoist High sighed and muttered, "You're talking nonsense again." Chapter 1897. Someone who could talk nonsense in front of Hai and was definitely not an ordinary person. It was a kind of pressure without any pressure. The calm gaze penetrated one's soul, making one open their heart unconsciously. This had nothing to do with one's realm, it was just the clarity of one's soul. To be able to talk nonsense without any psychological burden, it was not just a matter of being careless, it was a matter of indifference to everything. Haiyan did not enter the hall. Instead, he led Lu Xiaoyi to the peak of Kang Mountain and looked down at Ling Long. Lu Xiaoyi followed silently. He had a vague feeling that this Taoist in front of him was very familiar, even if it was their first time meeting. Thus, Lu Xiaoyi knew that this must have something to do with his two past. What surprised him was, what kind of creature could still make him feel familiar after 20,000 years? Either he was also a reincarnated person, but it was ridiculous for two reincarnated cultivators to meet after countless generations. Then, there was only one possibility. What do you want to know? Hyan looked into the distance. This was something he would have to face sooner or later. The entanglement of karma had already tied them together. There was no way to avoid it. Lu Xiaoyi did not hold back. Since I started cultivating, I have received a lot from the Lingbao clan. I used to think that it was luck and fate, but now I know that there is no such thing as fate for no reason in this world. I already owe a lot to the Lingbao clan. Lord Taipu, Lord Guishu, Lord Guishu. There may be more in the future. I am a shameless person. If I can repay the karma I owe, I will. If I can't, I will treat them as family and continue to owe them. Someone told me that I can get some inside information about the Eye of Heaven from you. The future is changing, so it is necessary to have contact with the Eye of Heaven. So, I want to know, is there anything I need to pay attention to? Hyan sighed. Sure enough, he was as shameless as that person. What did he mean by I will treat you as family if I owe you too much? He was just saying that he did not want to repay the karma. If he had a few more family members like that, even an immortal would be exhausted. He had to say more. Actually, there is no special inside information about the Eye of Heaven. It is similar to a certain executive organization in the mortal world. It is full of mystery to the people below, but to the people above, it is just a tool, a dog. You feel that the Eye of Heaven's mission is full of contradictions sometimes? There are malicious and kind. That's right. This was because there was more than one person in charge of the Heaven's Eyes. There was a father and a mother. However, there were more Heaven's Eyes. Uncle, just think about the 4 symbols of the universe and you'll understand. This is just the ancient balance of the cultivation world. East, south, west, and north, each playing their own tune, each blowing their own horn, this is the so-called balance. However, the other consequence was that if he didn't move, no matter which direction he went, there would be countless elbow strikes. Its function is different in different eras. It is a symbol of the order of the universe and also an obstacle to the innovation of cultivation. What do you think? Where do you stand? Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly. This was more or less what he had imagined. In the changing eras of the universe epoch, organizations like Heaven's Eyes might be more of a hindrance than a contribution, and it would be more obvious as time passed. The connection between Xuanyuan's sword vein and the Eye of Heaven has existed since ancient times. Great Emperor Shenyuan was one of them, and it had never stopped since then. However, their existence had always been lukewarm, just like the countless other members of Heaven's Eyes universe orthodoxies, until Li Wuya appeared on your side. He changed the position of Xuanyuan's swordsman in Heaven's Eye. Whether it was good or bad, he was no longer ordinary. Hyan sighed. The Eye of Heaven's Eye's attitude towards the sword vein has always been changing. I don't need to tell you the reason. You know how much trouble that ancestor of yours can cause. Therefore, it's all his own fault, and he can't blame anyone. However, in the current situation, the 2 non-humans, Beast God and Lord Numinous Treasure, are more inclined towards the sword vein, while the 2 human lords are suspected of deliberately suppressing it. Do you know why? Lu Xiaoyi answered, benefits. The crow ancestor touched some people's cake. They don't care if you're human or not. The beasts, on the other hand, want to seek change. They feel the danger of their race. They are called immemorial beasts because they were born with the heavens and earth. However, after the epoch changed, everyone was born with the heavens and earth, so they can still be called immemorial beasts. Then can we also call ourselves immemorial beasts? Without the magical power advantage of being born with the heavens and earth, how can they enjoy the unique abilities of immemorial beasts? Taoism and Buddhism only want to maintain the status quo. They can't count on them, so they have their eyes on the sword vein. Hyan nodded. This young man had a deep vision. It was normal. He was already a half-immortal, so he couldn't live his life in ignorance. You're right. That's basically the case with Taoism and immemorial beast. You didn't mention the Numinous Treasure clan because you thought they would stand on your side. However, I want to tell you that this is wrong. Hyan met Lu Xiaoyi's puzzled gaze. but his words were very realistic. In this cultivation world, no one should help another. There's no such relationship in the cultivation world. You feel that the numinous treasure clan is helping you, but maybe they're just betting separately. In this universe, there are countless innate and acquired spiritual treasures, far more than the few you've encountered. It's just that they generally don't appear to be aggressive, so you have this misconception. However, a clan with millions of years of history wouldn't bet on just one clan. Haiyan didn't interrupt Lu Xiaoyi's contemplation. The two of them stood there in silence. After a long time, Haiyan spoke again. In this world, the most taboo thing is to have preconceived notions and make arbitrary judgment. Nothing stays the same, because people's hearts change. There's no such thing as eternity in the cultivation world. If there's one thing that's eternal, it's that only change is eternal. Does Taoism and Buddhism have to hate the sword vein to the core? Not necessarily. The heavenly eye doesn't represent the will of the upper echelons. There are countless circles in the upper echelons. Different positions will naturally have different views of you. Don't be easily fooled by the heavenly eye, but don't treat it as an enemy. Do spiritual treasures always have good intentions? Maybe the few you've encountered are, but they're not all. Only by understanding this will you not suffer in the future because of your gullibility. He raised his head and looked at the sky through the clouds. Individuals are insignificant, but the universe is great. Don't blame the changes of the universe on one person. If that's the case, not to mention one Shenyuan, even 100 Shenyuan won't be able to withstand the wrath of the celestial realm. There's only one reason why the universe is changing, and that's because its own internal laws require it to change. This kind of change has to be expressed in some way, so it shows the role of a certain person. But in reality, even if this person doesn't exist, someone else will. It's just a matter of time. Li Wuya was smart, and on this point, he gave the general trend of the universe a push. It's not that he's the smartest, it's that other beings saw it but didn't want to take the lead. Once Li Wuya made his move, the rest would naturally follow. Many people have pushed it, and no one is clean. This is the truth. Chapter 1898. Don't think of yourself as a lone hero. There will never be such an existence in the cultivation world. Not to mention the golden immortals, even the three graces are nothing. They don't go with the flow and won't compromise. Not even the three graces. You are stronger than Li Wuya because you know how to unite with the majority. Always stand on the side of the mainstream. This is the foundation to go on. But I'm not sure if the crazy factor in your brain will erupt at a certain time in the future. Who knows when the string is strung wrong and you will go crazy? No one can help you with this. Haiyan was very happy to talk because he knew that there were not many opportunities like this. Although it warned the young man in front of it to always be on the right side, it preferred a friend like Li Wuya, who was purer and trustworthy. Even if you offended the entire world of cultivators or the entire immortal court, he would still stand on your side without any hesitation. They didn't know each other well. They didn't have many opportunities to understand each other, but he knew that this young man was not Li Wuya. He had already made his choice. Li Wuya wants to change the entire cultivation world and the immortal court. But this is like an egg hitting a rock, an ant trying to shake a tree. Let's not talk about his ability first. What is reasonable to change in the future? That guy doesn't even have a plan, you don't even have a blueprint, and the system doesn't exist. How can you change it? The current system of the heavenly axiom has persisted for millions of years. Are you sure you can do the same with your system? He doesn't know, so he just went with the flow. Pure people are like this. He doesn't understand, so he just muddies the water and let others think. How irresponsible. Lu Xiaoyi was deeply touched. At the same time, he finally understood what he was lacking from his great dream. If the universe was really given to you, what would your rules be? System structure? Cornerstone of order? Code of conduct? There were too many aspects. It was not a problem that could be solved just by mastering a dozen or more heavenly axioms. Haiyan's words were somewhat venting. He slandered the crow ancestor a lot, but Lu Xiaoyi could hear the deep friendship between the two of them. He couldn't say anything, so he just listened quietly and made his own judgment. You are also walking on this path, so I want to warn you. If you only want to become an immortal, then it doesn't matter. If you still want to learn from that guy and not know the immensity of heaven and earth, then you must not walk on his path. Swordsmanship was a lonely profession. One had to live alone and die alone. Li Wuya had done it. He also felt much better. However, if he wanted to change the universe and play a role in it, then playing the swordsman's game of solitude would be suicide. You can never have the best of both an individual and a group. Therefore, you must ask yourself seriously, what exactly do you need? Was it a person who ruled the universe with his sword? Or to bring the sword vein to a new world? If you want to take the sword vein with you to do something in the cultivation world of the universe, I don't even know if you can put one in each of the countless upper realms with your pathetic numbers. Therefore, you must first solve the problem of the sword vein's transmission. Even if they couldn't match up to the Taoists and Buddhists, they should be close, right? Could it be solved? Can't do it. Then go find an ally. Have enough allies. Let everyone follow the sword vein's orders and be willing to pull chestnuts out of the fire for the sword vein. Can you do it? Can't do it. Then do what you have to do. Don't set your goal too high. Don't always think about saving the world and reforming the cultivation world. Isn't it good to live? Do you have to walk on the path of despair? Lu Xiaoyi did not refute because he knew that Haiyan meant well. Haiyan wanted to express something in this way. He could understand and was touched, but it did not mean that he would agree. The old Daoist had underestimated him. He had been thinking about this for a long time. It was not a choice. It was either an individual or a group. There were many other options. However, he did not want to fight for anything. Those who could talk to him about this were his true friends and elders. However, the problem was that they were not of the same era. Haiyan had said a lot, but Lu Xiaoyi only stood there obediently and treated himself like a primary school student. His attitude was excellent. However, experienced teachers knew that such students were often the most difficult to deal with. The peak of Kang Mountain was very quiet. This was the most sacred place in the Linglong upper realm. Of course, no one would disturb them. However, if the disturbance came from the outside, it would be a different story. Haiyan felt that he had said too much today. Although it had only been a few moments, it was not appropriate for someone of his level to say so much. Perhaps it was those distant memories that made him feel emotional. He wanted to vent it out. He frowned. That's it. Before you leave, wipe your butt clean. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Planet Stack Jade. That was not his butt. It was the butt of the Linglong upper realm. It had something to do with him. However, since Haiyan was an elder, he did not mind doing his part. He bowed deeply. Senior, I will remember what you said today. I hope we can meet again in the future. Haiyan might be Crow ancestor's friend, but he was not Lu Xiaoyi's friend. He had no reason to disturb others. This was his choice. He wanted to forget the past. Seeing the young man leave the exquisite world, Haiyan was still looking into the distance for a long time. He was not looking at the young man, but remembering his old friend. Once upon a time, that person also left the empty sky like this. They made an appointment to meet again, but he never came back. Even an existence like Haiyan could not be completely emotionless. Just as the supreme law of the spiritual treasures realm stated, there were countless types of emotions that you could invest in, but in the end, they would all turn into one type, sadness. The beginning of a story always happened at the right time and caught everyone off guard. At the end of the story, two flowers bloomed and separated. However, there was actually a third person at the peak of Kang Mountain. A slovenly old Daoist walked out of the hall with a wine pot. If Lu Xiaoyi was still there, he would be shocked. This was because it was an old acquaintance, Wenji. You're obsessed. Wenji drank a mouthful of wine. He was worried for his old friend. At their level, they should not have such emotions. It was very dangerous for an innate spiritual treasure. Haiyan was unmoved. But if you can indulge, you can forget. What is obsession? Where is obsession? You're not obsessed. What are you trying to do? Continue your unfinished experiment. The change of era is coming. Be careful, or you'll lose your immortal lattice. Wenji did not care. Be careful? How can I be careful? Can I keep my immortal lattice? You don't know. It's very interesting to watch a human grow up and then tear down the bricks on top. I have good eyesight. I saw the life of that crow in the previous section, but it appeared as a villain. Now, this one is also very promising, but I'll become a positive character. Hehe, it's very interesting. I'm watching the show for free, and I won't lose my karma. Hyan snorted and did not speak. In fact, he knew very well that his old friend had already fallen into karma, deeper than him. Chapter 1899. What do you think of this brat? Wenji asked with interest. Hyan's face was cold. He didn't refute me. I knew what he was going to do. Actually, he's the same as that crow. They're both stubborn people. It's just that their appearances are different. One is lively, while the other is tenacious. Wenji smiled. But if we're talking about success, the latter is the most likely. Hyan smiled bitterly. I'm just afraid that he can't continue like this. Swordsmen will always be swordsmen. The stubbornness in their blood will always exist. As long as someone tries to provoke them, in the future, which one of them won't be good at manipulating people's hearts? There's still a few thousand years left. Can he control himself? So you're deliberately pouring cold water on him? Hehe, if you ask me, it's unnecessary. This brat came from an official's family. There are some things that he doesn't need to be taught. The two ancient existences were reminiscing. Even at their level, they couldn't see the future in such a big change in the universe. Lu Xie flew out of the exquisite world without any ripples in his heart. He was indifferent to Hyan Daoist, or Lord Ling Long's, word. Was this the reason why these people were still around even though the crow ancestor was no longer around? Some people pursued eternity, while others pursued glory and freedom. Who could understand who? After spending some time with Lord Linglong, he learned a few things that he should know. He didn't expect to know everything. In fact, he wasn't too sure about Linglong's position in the Heavenly Eye. But he knew that he was at least a management figure, right? He was even taller than Tai Pu and Tai Pu. But now wasn't the time to think about this. There was still a problem waiting to be solved outside of the exquisite world. Lin Sen left the stacked jade planet and quickly fled. He wanted to get as far away from that brat as possible to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Although Lu Xiaoyi only ordered him to leave the stacked jade planet, he knew very well that he couldn't go to any of the hundreds of satellites in the exquisite world. This was a basic understanding. He was born in another universe, right next to this one. They were separated by the star desert. His familiarity with this universe was probably limited to the area around the exquisite realm. He wasn't sure where the Lushwood spirit domain could be found. If he just flew to look for it, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He did not return to the mother planet because he was afraid of causing trouble for the mother planet. This was because he still had a lot of unspeakable troubles in the lower realm this time. The exterior realm was not a good place to be. This was especially true when the Immortal Court captured all the half-immortals and suddenly expanded their territory. It was unavoidable for them to clash with each other. Their original territories were challenged, and thus, a series of disputes and battles broke out. It was also a good way to vent his frustrations and kill time. These kinds of bumps and bruises, some of them were left unsettled, and some of them really became grudges. Taoist Lin Sen was in the exterior realm, so he couldn't avoid these disputes. There was no need to elaborate on the reasons. Anyway, he had a conflict with several Evilders, and it was getting more and more intense. His temper was soft on the outside but firm on the inside. If he was in the wrong this time, he would retreat, but if he was in the right, his temper would never let it go. He was already at a disadvantage when he was in the exterior realm. This time, he took advantage of Marathi's invitation to descend to the lower bound in the Henghe realm. It was also a strategy of retreat. However, He was not sure if his opponents had followed him. After all, he had severely ruined their plans when he was in the exterior realm. He did not regret it. His character was still the same. Even under the pressure of the fierce swordsman, he did not give up on his persistence in a certain aspect. However, the swordsman was actually a polite person. On the contrary, the so-called righteous path of the exterior realm was very unbearable. He did not return to the mother planet to heal because he did not want to bring trouble back. If the half-immortal Evilders deliberately targeted him, how could he face the place that raised him? Therefore, he came to the exquisite world in another universe. Therefore, he did not care about the consequences of healing his injuries as soon as possible. This was not his usual character, but the situation forced him to do so. After leaving the exquisite satellite group, he had not figured out where to go to find the next place that could help him. Then, he was targeted by his enemies. It was also his bad luck. He didn't know how the other party found him, but the ability of a half-immortal had a trace of the mysterious principle of the Great Tao. There were many things that couldn't be judged through normal means. No matter what, it was better to be hit in the void than to be blocked in the folded jade forest. 3 people. They really thought highly of him. Lin Sen turned around and ran. He had no choice but to run because the difference in their strength was too great. Under normal circumstances, he would win against any one of these people. However, he had not fully recovered and there were 3 of them. So, there was basically no chance for him to fight. Before a battle, cultivators would weigh the difference in strength between each other. A battle with a great disparity in strength like this was not the time to show integrity. Run back. Run towards the exquisite satellite group because he was most familiar with the power of the wood spirit there. This was what he urgently needed now. Of course, there was also an unspoken reason. The fierce swordsman was in Jerry. If he was willing to help, that would be the best solution. However, this was just a thought. It was hard to say whether it could be realized. However, a cultivator's actions always deviated in the direction that was most beneficial to him. It was subconscious. The 3 half-immortals followed closely behind. After the universe entered the middle stage, such situations began to gradually appear in various parts of the universe. The main world was no longer just a stage for the sun god, but also for them. Who knows what is in front of us? Will there be natives coming out to interfere? One of the half-immortal freaks asked. They all came from different parts of the universe and were unfamiliar with this place. Who could know everything? The other half-immortal did not care. I don't know. Why are you afraid of them? As long as it is not one of those strong worlds, isn't it fine? Could it be that they would really dare to oppose us? Don't they want to cultivate properly in the future? The last half-immortal was the most experienced. Although it was also his first time here, he still had some understanding from the cultivators who passed by in the void during the search. I heard that it is a place called the Exquisite World. It is not in the Eastern Skies list of strong world. Furthermore, it is known to be permanently neutral. The other 2 half-immortals chuckled. Permanently neutral? That was a synonym for weakness. Since that was the case, there was nothing to be worried about. Sensing the strong wood spirit energy emitted by many of the stars in the satellite group ahead, the 3 of them also understood why this person came here. The half-immortal in front laughed. Understood. Lin Sen either came from this exquisite world or his mother planet is not far from here. Otherwise, he would not be able to understand the environment so well and find the wood spirit star so quickly. This is good. Not only did we catch the mouse, we even have an idea of the mouse hole. The 3 of them laughed heartily. They had to catch the other party, regardless of life or death, because they still had something in his hands. Something very important. Chapter 1900. Lin Sen was very distressed because he had broken his promise. He had promised Lu Xiaoyi to leave Daequi and the sphere of influence of Exquisite Star. However, he had returned in less than 2 hours. This made him feel very embarrassed. His desire for life made him fly here because he knew that this was his only hope of survival. He didn't know if the vicious man would attack him or not. But in this short contact, from this vicious man's unruly behavior, he saw a trace of honesty and uprightness that was not fake. This was also the reason why he was willing to come here and try his luck. The battle had already begun before he even entered the Linglong satellite cluster. The intense magical waves were transmitted through the cluster of satellites, and it was inevitable that many of them would be affected. However, this kind of effect was not harmful to ordinary people after being buffered by the atmosphere. They only felt that it was strange. Why would there be thunder in the middle of the day? However, this kind of movement could not be hidden from real great cultivators, such as the two on the Kang Mountain in the exquisite world. Lin Sen fought as he fled. He couldn't fight head-on. Although he was brave, it was exactly what the enemy wanted. The only direction the three geniuses of the exterior were blocking him was the direction of Linglong. Although they looked down on this so-called neutral world, they still had to be careful at the very least. It would be troublesome if they provoked the indigenous cultivators. It was better to just block him in this direction and fly in all other directions. However, Lin Sen's main direction was not the exquisite world but Diekwi Star. In terms of probability, with the vicious man's lecherous behavior, he wouldn't leave so soon, right? No matter what, he had to accompany the fairies on the planet to repair the wood spirit, right? He was disappointed. He struggled desperately to reach Diekwi Star, but he didn't see that person. He only felt 7 weak breaths. They were the 7 fairies of the Nature Conservation Association. It was obvious that the swordsman and the 2 exquisite sun spirits secretly following him had left. It was also the will of heaven. Since he couldn't run, he could only fight for his life on Diekwi Star. At least the wood spirit here was the largest in the satellite group and could provide him with the greatest support, even if such support could not help him defeat the enemy. Liusu and her sisters were conducting a field survey on planet Stack Jade. They were not young gods and half-immortals, so they could tell where the problem was with their divine awareness. However, they were not strong enough. Their cultivation was not high enough, so they could only measure the damage of the forest vegetation piece by piece. When they understood the overall situation of planet Stack Jade, they would come up with a plan. Of course, the duration would not be too long. The subsequent restoration was both a punishment and a form of training. For cultivators, it was difficult to distinguish between the two. Just as the few of them spread out to investigate, spiritual vigor came rolling in from the sky. The spiritual vigor of the entire planet Stack Jade became chaotic and became more and more intense. It was getting closer and closer. In a hurry, the sisters gathered together. They didn't know what had happened, but no matter how slow they were, they knew that such a mess wasn't something they could get involved in. Therefore, he was also hesitating. Should he go out and take a look? Or stay in the inner realm and wait for the storm to pass? This kind of battle was clearly at the level of a true monarch, and it was very likely that it was at the highest level of a true monarch. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to shatter Dai Qui's spiritual vigor. However, this kind of battle would not enter the inner realm. This was the rule. Just as they were hesitating, a figure fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing a large hole in the forest. Although the process was very short, they could still see that the person who fell was the evil wood spirit who had left before. Huang Li stuck out her tongue and guessed, could it be that the ancestors of the family made a move? This was the most realistic guess. They just didn't know why the ancestors would make a move at such a time. Was there any meaning to it? However, the reality immediately turned their guesses into nonsense. 3 unfamiliar cultivators suddenly appeared in the atmosphere. They were high above, but they covered the forest. Clearly, they did not intend to leave the matter at that. Lin Sen, who had fallen into the forest, crawled up. Where was the demeanor of a half-immortal? He was a stubborn person, and he was not used to waiting for death. After taking a breath, he used the Great Wood Spirit technique. He wanted to seize all the wood spirit energy on this planet and obtain the wood spirit body of that big tree from back then. This was his final struggle. Clearly, the 3 opponents knew what he was doing and did not stop him. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, deliberately teasing him. In fact, They wanted to see if there was a possibility that he would voluntarily hand over the item while he was still alive. If a half-immortal really wanted to destroy everything, it was possible that the item would be destroyed. Even if they thought that the possibility was not high, just in case, they should try peaceful means before resorting to force, right? The entire forest was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not only this forest, but also all the remaining vegetation on Defy star. Before long, this kind of action would cause Defy star to become a desolate planet, and it would be an irreversible situation. The protectors of nature saw this and became anxious in their heart. They knew that they did not have the ability to stop this kind of battle, but at least they could still speak. People with faith were sometimes so brainless, but in a sense, they were also stubborn and cute. They did not think about the possible consequences at all. In this kind of battle, they would lose their lives, just for the persistence in their hearts. People with ideals and beliefs were always respected. Master, you promised us that you would not touch the Defy wood spirit. The promise is still in our ears. Are you going to break your own promise? Small cultivators like us know that promises are worth 1,000 gold. Life and death are not worth it. You have such a high realm and cultivation, could it be that you are inferior to a few Yuanian girls? The three Avilders of the exterior looked funny. They were not in a hurry. This kind of episode was very good. It could reduce the people's will to die, and it was beneficial for them to obtain the item. Lin Sen was mad with anger. These reckless female cultivators only knew how to be wishy-washy all day long. Did they not see that he was now at the critical moment of life and death? If he did not fight for his life, how could he be lucky? How could he still consider so many things? He had to force himself to improve the spirit and continue to evolve. However, the 7 female cultivators lined up in front of him. That kind of stubbornness made it difficult for even a person with a heart of stone like him to look straight at. He was in a dilemma in his heart and could not make a decision. After a long time, the bottom line in his heart finally worked. This was actually his character. Deep down, he was a person who abided by the rules and believed in promises. With a long sigh, he gave up on the spirit extraction. The Green Mountain finally stopped withering at the edge of danger. The 7 women were greatly encouraged. They used their own persistence to win a popular victory. But this was not the end. They faced the 3 unfamiliar cultivators in the sky. Killing people is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. Why do you have to disgrace your life and go to the West? We are cultivators of the exquisite world. We are the hosts. Can you two sit down and have a good talk? It's better than fighting and killing like this. The leading cultivator smiled. Okay. We still have to give face to the master, but since you want to talk about peace, you should at least have the same realm, right? The 4 of us are from the exterior realm. How about this? Your exquisite world also has an exterior realm cultivator. We will listen to you and sit down to talk. Liu Su and the others were dumbfounded. The exterior realm was a place where only half-immortals could stay. It turned out that they were actually 4 half-immortals. No wonder they were so powerful when they fought. However, where could the exquisite world find half-immortals? There had never been one since the establishment of the realm. The unfamiliar cultivator smiled. If you want to mediate and make peace, you have to have the ability to do so. It's not something that can be done with just words. We have a total of 3 half-immortals. Since your exquisite world calls itself the upper world, you should be able to bring out 3 half-immortals, right? While his words were still ringing in their ears, a sword light slashed down from the sky. One of the Avilders was instantly killed. Then, a faint voice sounded. Now there are 2. I heard that you are particular about equality, so I want to talk to you. Am I not qualified? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.